maybe, hey, everyone, what's up? I just wanted to say, I love you all, and welcome, because it's Sunday, to another Bounce the Cosmic Wheel.
Sun is shining, it's a beautiful day.
At least for us it is.
The sun is not shining.
I mean,
if it's not shining
it's
where
for
you're
us.
at, then enjoy this sunlight here upon this dungeon master who will be taking you through the nonsense of Varine in the world of Arthania today as we go in through the chaos that this motley crew likes to create. Before we jump in, I want to give first a quick shout out. Thank you to a tier 2 sub, resub, Obed, we love you. And a tier 1 sub from Ultrafart Lord, we love you also. Welcome. We're glad to have y'all into the party, into the chat. Let's change this music up a little bit.
Look, if it isn't sunny,
All right,
Abe
was that
will
the
just
wedding
make
song?
a small sun
Yeah,
for you.
I'm taking it
Stay
off
at a
now.
reasonable distance.
Gotta save that for special occasions. Abe marries his tome.
I don't know why I added. Listen,
That's the
whenever
real
I,
slow burn romance.
whenever
The
I made
real
these
romance.
playlists,
Yeah.
it was like I was like sitting there for like 3 hours, like playing. I would like play like 15 seconds. It would scrub through 15 seconds, scrub through 15 seconds. I was like, okay, this can go in this playlist next. And I did that for like 3, 4. What are you doing? You look that way. Wanted to give another shout out to our wonderful sponsors and partners for the Nat 20 show. If you haven't checked them out already, then what are you doing with your life? No, you're just making bad choices, and that's okay. We all do. First of all, you should go check out Incarnate. Incarnate is an awesome online tool set that allows us to make amazing art and like world art and maps and stuff like that for our individual games, and especially for this game I've made multiple maps and the dynamic lighting that you can add now in this new map making session with the new battle map, the 2.0 battle maps, is so freaking cool. And the modular roofs and the tiles and the walls, and I did it on here, and I got an iPad and I did it on my iPad. You can only do it in like lower resolution on there, but that's okay because you can view it in 4K even after you edit it. So yeah, go check out incarnate.com, inkarnate.com. Then go click plus button if you're in Chrome. If you're in Edge, then what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, I don't know. You're like a boomer or something.
if you're in Edge, go get your son or daughter. Have them switch it over for you.
We love it. And go to HeroForge.com. HeroForge is an awesome online mini making tool that we are using to create our own miniatures, and we were supposed to do on Friday, but Michael got distracted and did not remember about the stream. So this Friday, catch Abe played by the wonderful Steve. Hashtag Parish is late. No, Parish is late. Actually, y'all were Gucci today.
They were right on
Yeah.
time. Don't condemn them for something they didn't do.
Okay, I mean,
Thank
technically they're late because we're supposed to show up at 6:30, but they showed up before stream, and that's the important part. Before
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
But hear me out. I was on time to Friday, and you can't prove otherwise.
They have amazing tools over at Hero Forge. A lot of new additions also with like layered settings. You can check out the new cards also, and check out that they have new Pride flags just in time, or I say they've been having it since Pride Month, and you can modify the size, the stature, the build, the components, and have multiple arms. You can modify the weapons to a degree. Yeah, they're
There's-
awesome.
There's so much customizability that Grunt Joe made Arthur from the Running in the 90s show just by like carefully posing different parts and using all the customizability options. It is
I don't
crazy.
understand.
Context, Arthur is a squid man. It is crazy customizable.
And for those of you like myself that are not artistically inclined, it is a wonderful way to make your character art for the campaigns that you play and be like, this is my person, I love them. And then after you do that, you'll need something to put that mini in after you get it printed out in plastic, and a colored plastic, which you will use our code for, which is the link is at !Hero Forge. But you gotta have something to put it in. And oh, look, the card's up right now. Hello. Go to elderwoodacademy.com and you can get all that stuff. Look at all that. We got like hex chests. They got dice. They got new gym dice also that has the Elderwood Academy logo on it. You've got rolling trays. You've got awesome accessories, and they have equipped us and are equipping us with some awesome at-home gaming tools, like the one that I have here. This is become recently my Shadowrun dice shaker, and I just throw my cacophony of D6s in there. Shake it up and-
So great. Just what is this? 30 D6? There we go.
Critical glitch. But no, it blesses it every time, and it's always sixes, and you can't tell me otherwise because you can't see it right as long as I like show it like the see.
Loki, so excited. I'm gonna have one of those books soon, and I've gotten it in red with like the runic front, and I'm gonna be using it as Abe's tome of demonic law. So
And you're going to be using that instead of. But what book are you
I'm so
been
sorry,
using?
did I throw you
it's
off?
literally I've just
Cardboard box,
like,
is it not? Isn't
I
that
have
what
this
he was saying?
random leather book. It's got like nothing particularly special to it. It was a journal that I got a long while back.
Do you
at,
write
like,
your notes in it?
a Barnes and Noble. Yeah.
Good. Well, since you write such good notes, tell the people about how they can get Elderwood Academy 10% off with the code NET20, and then tell us what happened last time on Balance the Cosmic Wheel.
Yeah, so for those of you who want to get an amazing dice box that looks like that looks so thematic you will immediately be immersed into the world of your game, or some of the other cool products they have there, I highly recommend checking out the monster books because they're sick. You can use our code NAT20 for 10% off any of the products there. But without further ado, last time on Balance of the Cosmic Wheel. So we just wanted to take a long rest, right? And if you've been around the NAT20 show, you know we're not good at doing that. It just never goes as planned. So we showed up to this overhang of stone, and before we could get our camp fully set up, we heard a rumbling underground, and leaping up out of the stone like an aggressive dolphin that throws shrapnel, there was a sewn together flesh amalgamation made out of multiple, I think it was stone wyverns?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, made out of multiple stone wyverns that appeared to have been engineered by someone to contain these manufactured, man-made, almost like glands that worked as lightning receptacles to help it channel energy so that it could perform these constant lightning-based attacks. The party all engaged in glorious combat with this creature, not least of which being Val, who basically the first move everyone took in combat was just like turn buff Val.
Y'all just got the Megazorded. Val,
Yeah.
which is like, powers combined, your kneecaps are gone.
Which would have been super cool if my axe let me use magic through it.
But it did not.
So
It's like
Val
not
got
much.
like huge, and she would like her blade was covered in frost, and all this shit went down. Long story short, Val struck for 69 damage on her first swing.
Nice.
And then everyone else proceeded to try and keep the combat going. I think we only did 2-3 rounds of combat. We wrapped it up pretty quickly.
Yeah, y'all destroyed it. Y'all found out
Yes.
that quickly that slashing damage was something that. What is this? What are you doing? What did you write?
It's a sketch.
This is about the best sketch I could do of the wonderful narration.
Okay, you're the first one we're getting a camera for because I can't see you.
Perfect.
I couldn't bring it up closer because it gets canceled out by the thingy. See, I had to like pull it
You
back,
hate to see it.
and it then is like, haha, you can't see me. So it's a mystery. Anyway, you don't need the
we tried.
picture because Steve did a wonderful job.
I
That's right.
appreciate your visual illustration.
Thank you so
So-
much. I even did the dolphin with the wings
Good.
and the zappy zaps.
Love to see it. So everyone converged upon this creature, which after 2 or 3 rounds of combat was looking real rough. Throughout the combat, Abe specifically had been feeling real bad for this thing that just never should have existed. Somebody said, hey, you know what would be fun? I like stone wyverns, and I like other types of stone wyverns. Let's just do that thing where you like connect the G.I. Joe parts to the Bionicles and be like, yeah, this is cool.
That was not the
It was not cool. And after a couple rounds of combat, Abe pumped some flamey bolts into it, and it fell down dead. The party then split up into sort of different little subgroups that had... Yes?
What about the little note that like flew up?
Oh, yeah. So as we killed it, this magical note flew up out of it and then flew away to go and be delivered to someone that said that this test had failed, and with some notes on how we succeeded against it in our combat. So, like, thanks for that one, Syndrome. I'm sure this will be fine.
Once everyone's
and no
special,
other
no one will
fle- I'm sure no other flesh amalgamations will show up to murder us all. And apparently, as I learned from Beans Spilling Val, there are labs, science labs all around. And one of these science
Look at
labs
Nina's
is a
face.
place where they might be creating said amalgamations of death.
No.
We don't know
However,
that.
that was rapidly
That is
swept
pure
under the rug.
assumption.
That was rapidly swept under the rug when Val realized that she was just quickly divulging every secret she had been given. And
Just-
everyone...
Melanie was really
Objection.
tipsy last session.
Speculation.
I'm so sorry.
And everyone then split up into little subgroups of discussions that they needed to have. Nova went and worked through her trauma by sitting in silence with Marlo, who attempted to provide silent friendship in the form of tea. Val and Zeke got together, and through several minutes of attempting to meet two very different mindsets, eventually decided that Val would indeed accept an open tent space.
It's
By
free
herself.
real estate.
Yeah.
By herself.
By herself, yes.
Her own.
Mhm.
Wait,
Yeah.
was he suggesting that we shared it? Was that a thing that he did, or did I
Who
just
knows?
assume that he was giving it to me?
Well, it sounds like it was
Yeah.
like, this is your tent if
Yeah.
you want it.
Okay, that's what it
yeah.
sounded like.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what
That
I
is
think
what it
was.
sounded like, yes.
Yeah. Um, However, it was just interesting. We shall see how that develops. And last but certainly not least, Abe and Zerial had a chat about what it means to grieve for animals and people when they die, and how far Zerial would be willing to go for his ideal of spreading justice and happiness among all he finds.
And then we, of course, couldn't leave it off there. We had to finish it off with a nice visit from old boy Seamus.
Seamus.
Right in the middle of me
Shamish.
doing research too.
Shamish.
Nova and Abe found a nice milk sack, which
Blech.
you love to see it, inside the beast. And I was doing science with the milk sack when Seamus decided that would be a good time to pop in and be like, "Are you winning, son?" And long
No,
story
I
short, Abe was not winning.
Awesome.
After that discussion concluded, Abe had reached the agreement that perhaps there could be opportunities in his future with regards to moving forward and perhaps closing the ongoing contract he has with Seamus if Zeke and he can acquire some more valuable souls to make up for lost time as they have been distracted from their primary task.
And you got some new suits out of the deal.
Yeah.
So they are all
New guns.
nice and fixed. And unless you actively set them on fire, they're not like, the fire is not bleeding through.
You love to see it.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
And less
Cool.
off-putting to people that you walk up to. Like, stop, wait, you're on
Yeah.
fire. You need to
You're-
stop.
You are
Sir?
literally on fire. Back the F up.
Sir. No, it's fine. This is just...
I'll just
Sir,
lick
this
her
is a
fingers and
Denny's.
just goes,
There's- Quick shout out to Porcupine Leaves. Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Thank you.
But yeah, so we pick up with everyone finishing their long rest. No one went under, so no one has to roll for and then a minus on their maximum hit point value. You can see here that I have outlined their kind of route that they're doing. The fastest way that they were able to find was going from Orncast. They went to Orlais. They are now about a day, about maybe a little over half a day's travel from Orlais. You'll have about 2 full days of travel left to get to Colkirk.
hold up.
Yo.
I'm looking at the map. Did you name a city after your dog?
You mean my dog?
Your dog. Yes, your dog.
No, I made this map whenever
Yes.
I made this map
The
7 years
answer
ago.
is yes. Is that why Marlo may not have gone through Nietzsche before? I don't know. Who
Notice
knows?
that
It
Kobe-
sounds pretty meta.
Will only pronounce my town Nietzsche instead of Nishka because that's her dog's name.
Because Kobe is just very happy with
wants to be
Nishka being
special.
immortal. Look, I'm just saying, if we go there and we don't discover that the town was named after some hero dog that has
There
been
better
like,
be a black lab
immortalized
dog.
in bronze in the middle of town,
There is
I'll
a-
be
Yes.
little disappointed.
There is a
Yes.
band of canine adventures and that we have.
Yes, there are.
Oh
That
my
we have
God.
that we
What
have
the
yet to
There
finish
are.
there.
You're right.
Oh, we
There,
do
Go back
have
and
that one
finish Dungeons
shot.
and Dragons
Yeah.
at some
Forget
point.
about
Yeah.
Tito, the vodka-loving
Good.
chihuahua.
I want to be old predictable again.
Colkirk is known to have a very fast boat that is used to go down the stream and can be used to get to Alderney faster. They have good marine engineers, that kind of way. But they got to get to Colkirk first. So, is there anything y'all all... I will say, as y'all were cleaning up, I need survival checks from whoever's planning to clean up the mess to best make sure that there's not going to be any smells of ichor or leftover flesh that might attract bears and wolves and stuff. Because y'all are still in the northern areas and in a very more like heavily wooded area. Yeah. Okay, we got 2 people.
Will this check go better if I cleanse things as Abe does with fire?
Oh God.
I mean, if you just
No,
burn
no.
everything, then
Burn,
yes.
baby, burn.
Yeah,
But you will need
very
to
much
give me
sort of like
a check to make sure that you're able to effectively burn things and not start a forest fire.
great. So before I make my check, I just want to say I think the way he'd do this is I'd go and I'd take like a large stick and I'd basically like dig a fire break line, and then I'm just gonna go around with a combination of
I would help with the fire
You
break
won't-
line to make sure it's done properly.
You won't set a
my
forest fire.
ignite
It's
ability.
still winter and it recently snowed, so there's no
Cool,
forest fire.
cool.
There's still snow outside.
Nevertheless,
Yeah.
it's still gonna dig.
An 18.
18. Cool. I thought you said 8. I was like, yikes.
I'm pretty sure I was doing all of this when people were talking about awkward things, and I was like,
yes.
no.
I just want to make sure that it is done well. Enough.
So is it morning?
Survival, you said?
Yeah, we're already.
We're in. It's morning. Great.
18.
Oh God, what are you doing?
So the
Okay.
first.
You
I'm
were
so
able to
concerned.
clean up everything well
Cool.
enough. I need one more check before we roll into morning. Abe, I need you to make a nature check, or some kind of check that you'd like to make for studying this sack thing that you were studying all night. If you want to just take a 10 for longer period things like that, you can just do that. That is a homebrew thing that I do. If you're taking hours to do something, you just take 10.
Yeah.
If you're proficient in it.
I'm proficient, and I'm +7 with the skills, so. Yeah, I'll just take a 10. 17 is decent.
All right, cool. 17, you're able to quickly ascertain after a little bit and some back and forth testing and confirmation testing that this does need like a more viscous liquid to be surrounded by it, and then it will become a more pliable material. Though as it dries and hardens, it becomes glass-like and like it sounds like it tinks like glass, and it like you would imagine shatters like glass, but it might be resistant. You were hesitant to dash it against the rocks because you know it got stuff in there.
So, I had wanted to do a thing that I didn't know if I was going to be able to do. And you can tell me basically if I had the tools. But what I wanted to do is take a glass vial, which would hold the liquid inside plus some. And I wanted to basically screw the glass vial through the cork cap on the other thing, so that I could then turn and drain the liquid into the vial. Then I wanted to take a hot pair of tongs and heat up the glass at the top and literally pinch and seal the glass so that it's now a sealed ampule full of the liquid, and I separately have the container.
Yeah. I'll say, are you proficient with alchemical tools
There's also glassmaker's tools.
or glass
If that
blowers
hap-
tools?
That happens to be relevant.
Mhm.
I am proficient with alchemical tools, forgery tools, and
Makes sense.
one other I'm not finding.
So yeah,
But yes.
you can effectively just, you don't have to roll since you're proficient with it. You can just do it. And yes, you have, I'm going to say because glass vials are hard to come across, I'm going to say that like you use up the last 2 of your glass vials if you're doing this.
Okay.
Because we've got a lot of like vials of blood and vials of this and vials of this.
Gonna
Vials
have to
cost
buy
like
more
10
vials.
gold a piece, yeah.
Them be expensive.
Or 5 gold a piece. Like glass is expensive.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, able to do that. Now we go into morning. Yeah, take it away, easy.
Right. So the first thing I get up and do, is anyone else up yet? Or you know what? I won't even check. As soon as I wake up, I'm gonna kind of like, oh, what a morning! Right after a fight, oh, I always sleep real good. You know how it is. I'm talking to myself again. And I'm gonna grab out the harmonica and just begin to play as close as I can. The da 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 da.
Morning?
Yes.
Is it bad that I thought you were doing that on the harmonica?
that would be a crime.
I
I'm
thought
pretty
you were
sure.
doing the Tetris theme, the da 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 da.
Hey,
That would also be fun.
How long's that old horny girl gonna take our tent, huh?
I don't think she is actually.
No, she
But I don't know. It seemed like a good idea. It might. I'm not gonna say this because then she wouldn't appreciate it, but I think it might be permanent. I think it might just be hers now. But that's between you and me, because it's supposed to be mine.
Well then, why she's got it?
It's like an investment, if you will. Just don't worry about it.
You
Vinny.
guys and these fucking long plays bullshit.
Yeah. Don't. It's a nice thing to do. Like worst case scenario, it's convenient for the team.
New suit.
Oh. Well, I'll be blessed. This is totally different.
I don't think that's blessed.
No,
it's just if he were damned, things would be normal. so it's
blessed.
you gotta be blessed.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah.
Well, I'll be purgatoried.
I love that.
Yeah. It's like, this ain't burning or nothing. Really, you got something to do with this?
Yeah, I didn't touch nothing. No. I ain't no seamstress. Shit, I
You
can
think this is
barely keep my
related
tail
to-
clean.
You think this is related to the promotion? Is it like mandatory that we got better? I don't know.
Promotion.
Let me go snap Abe out of his stupor. I assume I've been sitting next to Abe this whole time.
Abe's like
Cool.
on the outside of the van, the
Great.
wagon.
I'll go over and tap Abe on the shoulder, like nudge him a little bit, like, hey, that's not sound.
So when you come out, what you find is that I've drug some smaller logs and sticks over, and I've taken rope and I've tied together like a tripod, and then put an arm on it so that I can swing around, and I have the
Oh, God.
jar that used to be the sack hanging from a string, so I can use it to change the level of heat. And I also have I've built a little A-frame where I can hang things up, and it's just covered in pieces of paper with notes. And I clearly have laid out a little set of tools, and you can see the ampule I'm just holding as I've just finished crimping the top shut.
Abe, you put a new suit on me?
Oh, sorry, what?
The suits. You're wearing a.
Yeah, about that. And I'll sort of turn the liquid over, watching it bloop, and go down to the other side. I cannot for the life of me quite figure out what this is.
Ape, the suits.
No, the suits. They,
Yeah.
oh, they're just from Seamus, you know. Why does it...
He wasn't here, was he?
Pressure is important?
Hey, can I just like right on the side of the head, just like, hey.
Oh,
hey.
yeah,
Yeah.
Sorry. Set it down. No, he wasn't here. He was in the book. It's fine.
He was in the...
Oh, yeah, I was gonna talk to you. So...
It feels him.
Seamus came by.
Okay, hold on, let me get ready. Okay, yeah, okay. Seamus came by.
I reckon he was none too exuberant about me having been intentionally indisposed to meet with him as of late.
For a while now, yeah, he's been coming to me and complaining about it.
Yeah, he was as annoying as ever.
You didn't piss him off, did you?
Less than usual, honestly, I think. Surprisingly.
Well, he is.
But
I guess he's in a good mood from the
to be
promotion.
fair, he wasn't. He didn't really come to push on us, like, at all. So I
Wait,
didn't
what?
have
No.
to-
What do you want?
I
Let's
didn't have to
get to
get
the
out
chase.
the contract and like start reading him the riot act. I didn't have to go into any bylaws and talk about the standard of what is considered working toward a goal. He just wanted to see how we were feeling, I guess. I
That
don't
doesn't
know.
sound right. What did he want other than, I guess, the suit? You didn't promise him anything for these suits.
No.
Did you promise him something?
No, but he seems a mite concerned about the progress we've been making. There's
as he-
Zeke, and I think we've been a bit behind as of late. on the
Yeah, we have.
contract.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he says that's all fine, considering some of the larger.
No, he
souls
doesn't. He
we've been
doesn't.
sending
Oh,
down
we-
recently.
oh. He's not counting.
I don't know.
I hold up the harmonica. like-
I do not know.
That wouldn't count, right? Because it's
I
not
do
to
not.
him.
I do not
Okay.
know.
All right. Well.
To be honest, I don't know who exactly works for him anymore. Seemed like he was not pleased with how
So-
easy it was for us to just kind of ignore him via the secretary. And I mean, for a moment, it sounded like he wanted to replace Vinny.
Oh, now that just won't work. Like, Vinny's a piece of shit, but he's learned the ropes now. Like, it'd take us too long to train a replacement.
I mean, also, and I'll look both ways to make sure Vinny isn't around.
He's right. He's behind me.
Right behind you. Yeah, no, he.
So you gonna check that book to see if there's any new amendments, or not?
Yeah. Well, anyways, so all I was saying was that we got work to do. Everything seemed fine for the most part. I
So,
wouldn't.
did anything change? That's all I need to know.
No, we just gotta see if we can get a couple of good souls to stay on track. Also,
So they need
he's
to be better than usual, is what you're saying.
way more
Did you promise
powerful.
them that? Did you promise that they'd be better than usual?
Zeke, which one of us promises for things to try and help people out?
All right,
now?
I was just
I haven't
concerned. He
promised
hadn't
him
talked
shit.
to you in a
I
while.
did not promise him shit.
Well,
I
check
just
the
didn't say
look.
shit.
Vinny said, "Check the book. Check the book."
Yeah, it's the one thing Vinny's good for.
You could see Vinny coming up to you with his own small book, and flips through it and says,
Yeah, I flipped through.
We got 3 names coming up in Colquitt and 1 on the way there.
Hey, can you can I have a copy of that?
he you see his hand kind of pull almost like a fire that burns and scorches onto the page with the same names.
Yeah. Alright. What names do we have?
Well, hold on, I will. And I fumble through my pockets to see if the same stuff is there, which I assume it is. and I have just like a little scrap of like paper that I tore off of like a city bulletin somewhere, with names on it, so I could just copy it down for me.
Gotcha. We have Thogus Marbleguard.
What kind of name is Fogus Marble God?
Imagine
I
the
hope he's gotten tiny little glass spheres. That would be hilarious.
Oh, I was figuring it was more like giant
It's
statues.
it's probably giant statues, but
Yeah.
like
We have Aaron Eagerfall.
and
There's a dwarf, an elf, and then
oh, you're telling me Marble God is a dwarf? Yeah,
I'm shocked.
we have a dwarf. an
Thanks,
elf.
Vinny. Thanks for that.
Eager falls
Aaron,
now.
what?
Verg and Zut.
Okay.
Two different names. It's goblins. Two goblins.
What is
Cool.
Aaron's last name?
Eagerfall.
Eagerfall.
Do you reckon she has a hard time keeping a balance?
No. I think we probably shouldn't
Seriously.
insult them once we find them, but in the meantime, these
Uh,
are some ridiculous names. I am frankly delighted.
and there
It's gonna be hard
is-
not to snicker.
There is a fresh uncrimped page right towards the back middle that is where your contract is.
I flipped through to our contract.
It notifies under it replaces something about talks about amendments that can be made during the as seen by the services made by Seamus in article yada yada, calling back to that, saying that the amendment now is to on top of prior exercises of receiving souls and delivering them, is to research and acquire cosmic shards.
Zeke.
Yeah. Why are you saying my name? Like you're implying it's in something's up. Oh, God.
You all now wake up to the sound of Abe laughing.
I
And,
assume I was already up. to be
Yeah.
honest.
I mean, like, you can all now audibly hear Abe
I would
laughing.
definitely look over and be like,
Yeah, Val was up. She was just getting her armor on, which takes a bit.
I'm going
Okay.
to use the scribe cantrip to take that little part of the contract and just silently copy it onto the page that Zeke is holding.
Oh, the
And then I'm
little
gonna
torn
just
piece.
reach over. Yeah, I'm gonna just reach over and circle that part.
Ah, heaven. Well, I
And then
think
I'm
we
just
might
gonna,
be.
I'm gonna like grab your hand and the piece of paper and just burn the piece of paper away.
That had the names I was gonna use on it.
I
It's
can
fine.
get you a separate copy later.
Yeah. Well, we're in trouble. I'm gonna go and pretend like everything's fine with some folks now.
Yeah, we can have that discussion real soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we maybe start a,
I mean, to be fair,
a draft of bullshit?
This does alleviate perhaps my most concern and immediate fear, which is that
We
you
need
know
to figure.
Seamus was the one who had already taken the one we were.
That's right. He wouldn't have it if he wanted us to get it or find out about it.
Actually, he might just want others. I don't rather know.
Yeah, he didn't say what it was worth in souls to him.
I
That's,
didn't tell him what we were looking for, but he seems to already know.
It's
Yeah,
made a
that's
pretty big.
generally- Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, we got
I'm
the
gonna go
leak in the
pretend everything is.
organization.
You just laughed
Yeah,
like a
no.
lunatic. I'm gonna go pretend everything's cool. I just made a real funny joke, that only
Mhm.
we would get.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a good one.
Everyone like
Nova's
15
been
feet
up,
away.
like reading in her tent and like sipping tea and stuff, and she just hears this bout of laughter and just like shakes her head and continues reading and writing down notes.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna
What are
go
the rest
back
of you?
to.
I would be probably going to try and find like Marlo if she's like right out in the open, and then go talk to Val.
She's like 15 feet away from you,
Yeah.
I think. She
I'd
said.
just be outside, sharpening my sword.
Morning.
Oh, good morning.
Yeah, that's all I had in mind.
Okay.
Uh,
Bye.
how'd you sleep though?
Well, it was okay. I kind of fell asleep while Abe was doing, all of his stuff, which wasn't great for my neck. So I kind of just headed it. Does your brother ever sleep?
I don't think so. No. I think he used to, but I'm not exactly sure when he stopped. It might have been kind of gradual, honestly.
Oh, so that's a normal thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He likes to study at night. Was it at least interesting? I hope.
Yes. I mean, I work with a lot of different monsters, so anatomy, physiology, and all of that kind of stuff kind of is in my purview, but he seemed really involved in it, so I kind of just wanted to let him do as he would.
Yeah. You study animals a lot, it seems. Is that like something you've been doing a long time?
It's actually more of a recent thing ever since I joined the Phoenix League, which has only been a couple of months. But
Yeah.
I've been told I'm very studious, so I've been doing my best to be of use, and figure things out. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We also have our journals. So
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say hi to everyone. Probably get the cart ready to go. That sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning.
Yep. I'm gonna head out into the woods to take a leak, and then I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Val is just has already gotten her armor. She's just deconstructing the tent and is putting it back together so that she can give it back to Zeke when he comes back.
Easy enough. Gotcha. Ziriel is currently playing with Jadar behind his tent and hastily puts his
He's
stick
playing
together.
fetch or something? Like flying fetch?
He plays like yeah.
So cute. Oh, it's so cute. Okay. Sorry.
I like to
no.
imagine that Jadar does the glider thing where they'll run up a tree and then glide off to get at something.
Yeah. So cute.
Fixed Val's bracelet to fit over the gauntlet. And then
Nova is actually taking some time this morning. Instead of doing experiments, she's going to be doing some reading in some of her books about cosmology and the different interplanar travel, and seeing if she can draw some insights into how it might connect to her new fancy gadget that appeared on her gauntlet.
Gotcha. Go ahead and roll a... Because you don't have lots of time for this, it's going to be up to a roll. So go ahead and roll an either, I'd say, a history or arcana check.
Oh, that's not good.
Have I been able to determine anything about what the liquid inside the jar is and what it does?
That is a
throughout the night?
separate, that is a nature or survival check.
Could it be Arcana?
You got to argue for it. Why Arcana?
Why Arcana? Yeah.
So my idea here is that clearly this was part of something that was manufactured, and I'm guessing that its function is not entirely mechanical, but contains an arcane element. And so if I can identify what the arcane element is, and then use that to logically connect it to how the goo/liquid milk stuff behaves, then I can start to form a hypothesis about what it is.
I
Fair
only rolled a
enough.
16, by the way.
Go for it. 16.
Yeah.
You're
It was
gonna have to
low.
take some more time with it.
Cool.
It's changed colors again, which really threw you off
Again?
Like,
When
yeah.
did it change?
since you slept.
Cool. That's really frustrating. Okay, sounds good. I might be reading, actually, I have a question. All the books that are stored in that spell for the tent, can I take them out when I'm, like, not in the tent? Or do they have to stay in the tent when I'm reading them?
For what? The books.
Yeah, the books.
Those books just
Do they,
kind
like,
of-
disappear if I leave the tent?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Unless if you take anything you take in the tent is spit out, and
Yeah.
inside the tent, whenever it apparates, is like basic books that you remember reading or something along those
Yeah.
lines. It can only be like up to like 5.
Yeah,
So it can't be
that's
like a
what I
big
figured.
library.
Yeah, cool. Okay, sounds good. I will be during the travels then in the caravan. For the most part, I'm going to be working on my book, or in my book.
Cool.
Val is just kind of awkwardly waiting for Nova to like give some sort of signal that it's okay to talk to her.
I'm gonna pretend like nothing happened and like everything is totally normal.
Oh
So,
god.
yeah. Like
God.
complete like you're good. I'm actually in a good mood. Like sun is shining. I'm got a little pep in my step. I'm ready to get
Is the
moving.
sun shining?
Is
Is
the
the weather?
sun
I
shining?
can fix that. Flaming sphere.
Beautiful. See, sun shining. It's warm.
I make like
20
an
and
insight
6
check.
for my roll.
20 and what was the second one before?
26.
Oh, 26.
Yeah.
Yeah. With that, you know, both of them are able to. Like, you're able to kind of figure out both of them based on the fight that y'all concluded, based on like your tinkering with it and classic iterations that it might have had in other circumstances. You figure the larger pail of like glass vial of like whitish liquid is, you just kind of like refer to it as like it could be just like a pale extract, and it is like a really good nullifier of just like blank. It puts out fires, it melts ice, it gets away acid, it detaches like from basic stuff, it like nullifies a lot of or like absorbs a lot of poisons, like just is like a kind of like a wonder balm type of stuff.
Okay, you said I identified both parts of it?
Yes, the smaller 6 little vials, there was 3 full ones left. And it is like more of a metallic color, and it's kind of shiny and shimmery, and it is like hyper conductive. But like, so you figure it can, like, it's not conductive in the sense that it will like extend the power of any kind of like current you put through it or anything like that, but the speed at which it goes across like the whole thing is greater. Yeah.
So most superconductors only operate at like a specific temperature. Is
Listen.
there a minimum or maximum temperature I have to keep this at for it to run?
No.
Cool.
It's magic.
Dope.
You are unsure of like any effects it could have. You just know that like in general things that go in contact with it are able to either move across or glide at a faster speed, based on like similar components of other like potions and things that you've read about.
Cool.
And the hide is very good hide, and is just very hardy. It doesn't protect as much as it like softens blows, which offers a different kind of protection than just normal leather armor. But you figure it would be a very helpful dealio if you were able to get someone to make something out of this. So, anyone else?
Can I make an insight check to see if Nova's mad at me or not?
Go for it.
I know Nina said that Nova isn't mad, but Val is still sus, as always.
As Nova, it is about time for everyone to get going, and y'all are starting to pack up the wagon to make your way out of the cave, back on the road.
That's a dirty 20.
What does she catch?
You can tell she's like what happened yesterday is like happened yesterday. She's not holding any grudges on that, but she's very focused on something, and you're not sure what that focus is on.
Okay.
I'm going to. Sorry. Go ahead first.
Yeah. So as we're like just packing up and getting ready to the caravan, Val's just kind of gonna walk over and just be like, yeah, so if you want to talk, let me know. Don't want to bother you. Okay, bye.
Whoa. And is anyone else like immediately in the area?
Within 30 feet, everyone's within like 30, 40 feet.
I'm like,
yeah.
hey, you're good. I was just stressed out about yesterday. Haven't seen a lot of battles. That was unnatural is probably the best phrase for it, and a lot of things I'm balancing, but you're good. I promise.
Okay.
Everything's fine.
Just felt like if you wanted to, I at least wanted to apologize. But if you want an explanation, I have one. It's not an excuse. I just more insight in the effort to be transparent and open and honest with my friends.
I'm always open to talk. Tent's always open. Just knock beforehand, because I put an alarm on there and noises are just a lot. But again, you're okay. Happy to have a conversation. I'm trying to figure out what this does, and she like super quickly changes the conversation to her gauntlet and points out a gem, and she's like, I haven't told you guys about it before, but I'm kind of a little stumped because I have an inkling that it involves interplanar travel, and with all of this talk about fire portals and things popping up out of nowhere for no rhyme or reason, I figured it might be helpful, and it is changing without any real connection.
Does it have any of those symbols on it?
She kind of just like shrugs and isn't trying to give too much information because she doesn't want anyone else figuring it out without her around. But she's just like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really have any other symbols around it, but I mean, it's changed color 3 times now.
Do any of the colors match the ones that we saw? No.
You both watch as it changes color again.
What colors it changes?
There you
to?
go.
This time it changes to a magenta.
Were any of the orby things with Eldath magenta?
Yes.
Which one? Do we know?
Nice.
Can I make a check or something to see if I can remember?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead and make a history check, or
Oh boy, Val's great at those.
yeah. Pull
Oh
up.
lord.
Uh,
Okay. All right. That is a -1, so 18.
Hey.
Hey.
I'll assist on that. Why not?
Oh, okay. Let me roll advantage.
Let Val feel like a smarty.
Smarticle part. That was a 4, so I'm gonna stick with the 18.
My contribution is, yeah, it's magenta.
It's magenta.
I'm sorry, what was the number? I was looking at what it
18.
was. 18. You remember there was like some small ones, and then all the way to the big one. It was right like right around the middle, on like the bigger side, next to the solid black one. So it was a little bit bigger than the solid black one, and if you glance around, it was the one that was just like the most movement. It looked like there was a hurricane inside of it.
Huh. Acting like a crazy person. Got it. Okay. I'm like, maybe it has something to do with those orbs that we saw. I would, And
Yeah.
I tell her about the. I'm like, well, I did see a magenta orb, but I don't know what they mean.
And she looks at Val and she appreciates the input, but she's also kind of like, yeah, I kind of already knew that, but like, yeah, thank you. But she's like not trying to be rude about it. So she's like, yeah, no, you've got a good point. There was one that was magenta. And she does not tell Val about how she was like walking around each orb trying to see if it changed color when she was looking at the orbs. But
LOL.
it was good. It was good.
LOL.
Well
Smell
done.
just
Val.
is just like pleased with herself. She just goes, me and my
Yeah,
9 intelligence.
Let me know if you got any more inputs, because it's a little frustrating to me right now. So that's kind of,
Well, I think
probably
I
gonna
just
be a little-
burned like 2 of my brain cells doing that, so.
in that case, I appreciate the assistance.
You got
But
it.
again,
Anytime.
seriously, nothing's wrong. Thank you for being open. Let's definitely talk, because I want to understand a little bit more about why you knew so much about certain things. But yeah, don't.
We can talk
in
later.
in the future. And I like look around and I kind of whisper this one, like, don't make a connection between me and labs that I personally have not met. It's
Oh, I
just not-
wasn't trying to connect you to ones you haven't been to.
Well,
I'm sorry. That's
Okay.
not what I meant.
You're good.
Okay.
It's fine.
I'm just
I'm
gonna
just-
take the 10 and I'm just gonna like,
You're
I'm gonna
good.
return this to 8.
Just
I mean,
in the
to Zeke.
future, it's okay. We're
I'll
good.
just kind of gives a
And-
the ooh fingers.
Nova's just looking at her like it's fine. Don't make this a bigger deal than it is. You're
Okay.
fine. You're fine.
Val's gonna go find Zeke.
Cool.
Cool.
Shout out to Alia for the 6 months.
Thank you so much.
Love you,
Thanks.
Shelly.
Wonderful. And yeah, Nova's gonna just help pack up where she can see stuff, and also pop over to Marlo, seeing if maybe the fancy new dagger is sharpened. Is it sharpened yet, Marlo?
I mean, I was gonna let them do their thing first, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Pause.
it's okay. It's absolutely fine. If you want to, I'm sure it's not gonna be a long conversation.
I guess we'll go first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
you
it
approach.
sharp?
I'm sharpening things.
I pick
Huh?
up the dagger. Is it sharp?
How do you
Yeah,
pick up the dagger?
By the blade.
No,
No,
it's very
I
sharp.
know how to do it. Okay,
It's
cool.
very sharp. Yeah.
Excellent. It's good work. I don't know what goes into it, but and I'm like looking at how sharp the angle is.
friction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome. Thank you for the tea last night.
of course. Anytime.
Mm-hmm.
Are you feeling any better?
I'm much better today. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good.
And I spin on my heels and I go.
That was a short conversation.
So, anyways, Zeke's coming back out of the woods.
Yeah,
By about this
Val,
point, I
it
think.
has your tent like slung over one. She's got it like packed into its like whatever case it comes in. And
Is it packed all correctly?
I
I
would
assume?
assume so. Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, Val's no scrub. She knows
Yeah.
what's up.
No, I'm
so
guessing
she's-
it's packed better than how I had it. That's why I ask.
Yeah, it's like you could bounce a quarter off it. I'm kidding. So she's got it like slung over one shoulder. She just kind of walks over and she just
Yeah.
hands it to him in one hand and is like, "Thanks."
I'll be like, "Oh, good morning, Val. It's good to see you again this morning. How was it? Did it work out for you all right? Was it? I hope it wasn't too short. You're quite a tall lady at times, so I hope your feet weren't
At
poking out of
times.
nothing."
How tall is Zeke?
Zeke might be actually almost the same height.
Yeah,
I think
how
I
tall
put him
is
at
he?
like 6 or like 5'11".
Val is
the
exactly
boys are
6,
kinda long.
So
I think he's probably like 5'10", 5'11".
okay.
I don't remember
I
where I
have
read
it, and
it.
I just go. It was a tent. It served its purpose.
Oh,
Thank
it was.
you.
It was good. Oh, well, I'm glad if it was good. Yeah, that's good. Well, yeah. Any time, you just let me know if you want to use it again, and I'm sure that won't be much of an issue if it worked out. And I like take it and I kind of like put it up over one shoulder like this. I'm like, sure that won't be much of an issue if you.
The bros are both a long 6'1".
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
They're like
Oh,
a
that's
twin lanky ass 6'1".
Great. Amazing.
Dream.
All length, no muscle.
Yeah, normally I play like 5'9" characters because I'm like let's be chill about it, but no. Yeah, okay.
And she's
So,
just
yeah.
like, as he's like, you weren't too tall for it. She just kind of looks at him and is just like, really?
Well, if it worked out, yeah. But anyways, you can borrow it anytime you like if it worked well. Well, if we think that shouldn't be much of a problem, especially since we got the wagon and all. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna go get in the wagon. But it's good that you did
I'm
all
gonna make
right.
another insight check. Hold on.
What are you looking for?
So my thought process is I'm like, is there something going on, or does he just really like Val is almost thinking like, is he like afraid of the dark? Does he like want to sleep with his brother? Like, what's going on?
Cool.
That's like her thought process, and I'm just trying to decide how dumb she's being. Oh, that's a nat 20. Oh no.
Cool. He's desperately trying to delay this conversation, to get Val to say literally anything that's like an opinion or like something to work with.
Val just like she looks at him for a second. It like clicks, and she goes, "Thank you. The tent was very nice."
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. I'll go pack it away. And he goes over. He just like heads over, and I like put the tent like with my other stuff in the back of the wagon and check how Abe's doing as far as getting things ready to go.
Everything is ready. I need someone to roll me a d20 to see how.
Val, I
Not
swear
gonna
to God,
be-
not you.
not
no,
gonna be
Not
me.
You are-
now.
I'd just like to say that as we're leaving, I want to take my notes on what the liquids are and how the jar works, and I want to condense it into like a one-page explanation of my findings and description of what I did.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna roll that up, and then I'm just gonna take my thumb and use the ignite class feature of Phoenix Soul to heat up and alight the bottom of the candle and just seal the rolled up piece of paper with that. And then as I walk by the wagon toward the front to go sit shotgun with Zeke, I'm just gonna sort of toss the rolled up piece of paper in at Nova
That's no way to hand in your homework.
Abe is just that post-back that's trying and
Yeah.
No,
There
Abe
you
is
go.
very-
It's
Abe
all
is
the
very
right
much
answers.
like- Yeah, Abe is very much like, dare you question me? Tosses piece of paper.
I never questioned you. I thought you were quite competent. I just wanted to see you do it on your own. Well,
Nina.
technically, I wanted to see if you could do teamwork, which was like half of it. But it's
Nina,
fine.
roll
You
me
got
a
the
D20.
answer, so it's great. Me?
Yeah.
Ooh.
This is A work. It
19.
could have been an A+, but your class participation.
Dang it! This is why I work alone.
Damn group projects.
Nova's gonna read through the paper, and then you're gonna actually see like her eyebrow raise a little bit in surprise for some things that she probably didn't figure out on her own, and it's gonna be like a pleasantly surprised eyebrow of like, "Oh, that's interesting."
Abe does
Okay.
not see this. He just went to the front to go sit with Zeke.
Cool.
He
Cool,
just
cool.
throws paperwork.
And she's gonna uncrinkle it, fold it up almost like a letter, and then put it in her book. So, yeah.
What is everybody doing on the road?
Taking a look out.
Nova's using her cartography tools to try and work through her Perry index spellbook thing and try and figure out the whole freaking gadget that she can't understand.
Marlo will be looking at her tablet and trying to see if she sees any consistency or patterns with the runes compared to what the translation is.
All right. Do you pull out? I mean, you say pull out. It's a big tablet, so like everyone sees now. Some of you all for the first time can see like this big fucking like Ten Commandments looking thing.
That big.
Wow.
That's quite a chunky rock you got there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's real fun to lug around. Didn't realize how heavy it was sometimes.
Yeah.
Where have
You're
you put it
stronger
this
than
whole
I-
time?
It's not that heavy to you.
Oh, it's never mind. It's just kind of cumbersome.
So
For
is
you,
this
it's like 5 pounds. But if anyone else tries to hold it, it's like, and whenever you set it down, it makes an audible like against the ground.
Oh goodness!
I'll
So
set
is
it
this
down.
like
Please don't put it on the caravan.
I don't set it down.
So is this like a part of some sort of an initiation thing for the Phoenix League? Like you got to carry this rock around, or
Does Zerial have one? I look
No.
up at Zerial.
No, this is actually this is actually for Belmung. It's a tablet that I found north of Orncast.
Mm.
And I honestly, I mean,
How
you guys,
long were you? How long were
What?
you north of Orncast, if I may ask?
So it's like
Yeah.
an
Was it like
initiation
40
ritual for
days-ish?
Belmont.
No.
40 nights, maybe? No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Marlo, you might
Probably
want to
just-
explain to the brothers who Baomeng is. I don't believe they've had the
No,
pleasure
she
or
mentioned
the
that's the name of her sword.
Yeah.
True.
Belmung is well, Belmung is my patron.
Oh.
Boyfriend.
My patron. Just
Did
really
I hear what
iconic
Nova said?
patron.
I mean,
And-
is Val in the caravan?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh yeah, I
I'm
definitely
just-
said it loud enough for Val. If Abe was there, then maybe he heard it. But it was really
Did
more
you,
for
did
a
you
Val
say it to your
joke.
boyfriend? Yeah. Val's just like throwing her axe out, and just she catches it and goes, and just keeps throwing it.
I'm sorry, Marlon. Continue.
Yeah. Yes. he is my purely platonic patron.
Mhm.
And well, he.
Well, now you know I wouldn't judge you either way. Generally, when people make contracts, you know those sorts of things are included sometimes.
They get messy,
Yes.
yeah.
He's
Gets
like
Yeah,
90
all
messy,
kinds
though.
of
He's like
things are
90
traded
years
back and
old,
forth.
very old.
Yeah,
Well, most of them are.
yeah. So what you get out of it then? That's interesting.
Yeah, that's the real
I have to
question.
say.
Oh, so is
Yeah.
this a contract? And I'm gonna try and look at the tablet.
No, the tablet's not a contract. Balmung and I entered
Oh,
a
that's
different
shit.
contract.
Oh, yeah. Like I said,
Oh.
those get real messy. I don't know how to feel
Yeah,
about those.
yeah.
You-
But so we've known each other for a little bit, but I heard some rumors of information on his blade and everything. So I went to look
Ah.
and figure out what was going on in Horncast, and I was told to go see the giants in the north. And that's where I got the tablet, but I can't read the tablet. Even though I'm supposed to read everything, I don't.
How does that
really-
work?
It normally, if I just see a language, it almost just deciphers in my brain. But when I look at this tablet, it's. I've
Remember when
never
I had that
seen-
for a while?
Maybe it's not Latin, maybe it's just a joke.
I know it says something. Someone
Hey.
translated it for me.
Who
Oh, so you do know what it
translated
says then?
I just can't read it, so I'm trying
Oh.
right now to kind of get a feel for
th-
the
Why,
language.
why
Maybe
do you have
I'm-
to read it if you know what it says?
Hey, Michael.
Hmm.
Can I look at the tablet and see if it looks like it's encrypted?
Yeah, you can see it. It is. There are writings that are obviously written in some other languages, but they're written a little differently, and it's hard to really, like, you can tell what the script is, but you can't read it.
I wasn't saying, like,
Marlo,
to read it.
oh
I was-
yeah, if
I
it's
was
the-
thinking
the
the same
spell.
thing you're thinking. I'm pretty
Encode,
sure.
decode. No? Okay.
you can try.
I mean, yeah. I'll just, like, hold
I
up
was
a
thinking the same
hand
thing.
and try encode, decode. I'm like, I
What
can't
what are
read
you
this,
doing
but
to my?
Can I assist? Because I was gonna
I-
do the same thing.
was just gonna see if I could make it easier for you to read. I can't read it, but it's just gonna, if there is some level of cryptography, illusory magic over it, this is gonna get rid of that, perhaps.
I mean, I think the other person I met could just read it, but I mean, you can try.
I could try. Why not?
This person's kind of interesting to me. Did you consider them quite trustworthy when they were telling you what it said?
Considering the fact that I think Balmung is very invested in this, he would let me know if this person was lying.
Oh yeah,
Um,
he was aware of the translation. Okay, that
think-
makes sense.
I mean,
does he know what it said?
I try not to rely on Balmung too much. Sometimes when you ask him questions, he gives you not real answers.
So back to the point about the stones not actually saying. Oh, you know what? If as long as it's all sorted out between you and the patron, I assume it's fine. That's a nice sword. I can't argue with Is the sword what you get out of it? Perhaps this is too many questions. Just let me know if I go too far here. Is the sword what you're getting out of it with the warlock thing? Is that like a really valuable sword that's useful to you?
It's a family heirloom. And I get the sword, and I can summon the sword or disappear the sword, and I get magic and other
Oh, okay, yeah.
benefits.
Oh, that's
I
pretty
guess.
standard. That's pretty standard. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have to do anything on the regular that we should be aware of? No? Oh, that's a good
No.
deal. Abe, she doesn't gotta do nothing for her patron. No, Do you need to at least tell people
Everybody's
about
gotta
it?
do something. If she doesn't know what it is, then she just doesn't know what it is yet.
I don't have to tell people about him. I actually try
Oh.
not to.
Oh, okay.
And I'm trying this whole like we're working together thing. So like I figured you guys should know.
Yeah, that's really good to know. Yeah.
And I mean, also it's kind of hard to ignore a giant rock. So
I'm confused, Rattler. So it's Balmung's sword. The name of the sword isn't Balmung.
no, he is the sword.
He is the sword. Your patron is
But
the
he
sword.
can also wield him.
He
He's
can
the
wield
sword.
himself.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna finish that.
I also can wield myself on occasion, but
I don't want to hear any more of this.
So Val asked a question. What did they tell you that it says?
Oh, it says in just a moment.
Oh yeah.
Nova, are you casting Encrypt Decrypt?
I am, yeah. And I was actually gonna ask Marlo, is there any like certain place you want? I need to touch it to see if this works, but like, is there a certain place where you'd let me touch the tablet?
You can touch the rock. I don't.
Touching the rock.
Can I?
I know
scribe-
some people don't like people touching their things. Myself personally,
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
that's
like.
fine.
when
I would.
people touch my
I would
things.
prefer if you don't make a copy of this. Just
No, I wasn't planning on doing that.
Whenever you touch it, nothing happens that you guys can see. But for about 6 seconds, Marlo, the script changes from like literally just like noodle letters. Like they're not written in any language to you. Unless you have like unlocked or like have heard the words spoken before, like this last time. That's the only ones that you can see, but you see kind of this haze, almost as if it kind of like wipes away, and you can see almost like a somewhat of apparent language that slowly gets faded back to this weird noodle script.
but I
was
still can't
placing-
read the language.
I
But you still
remove
don't
my
know what it
finger
says.
and I look at her and I go, "Did that work?"
I was placing my hand on so that I could cast scribe because apparently. Actually, no, it's not touch. Okay, I don't have to.
Do I notice that? Because I will be upset.
Marlo, did that work?
You see Abe's like writing something.
Yeah.
Can I try and tear that page that he's writing on?
Sure.
You're just
Okay.
gonna grab it?
Yes.
Okay.
And while I'm doing that, I'm just gonna go tear it and be like, no, that actually helped a little bit.
As she reaches to tear it, I'm just going to produce flame, make an extremely large flame from my book.
I'll just use produce flame to put it out and tear it out anyway.
Can I slam her hand into the book?
She did ask you not to copy it.
Did she say? I did
She-
not.
I
she did
literally
say-
said, please
Yeah,
don't
she
said
said,
it
copy
to
she
me.
said please don't
Sorry.
copy
Yeah.
it. We thought
Okay,
that
fine.
you were like, fuck you, Marlo.
You're like, "Ah, I'm gonna do that."
It just didn't register it.
Thank you, Nina, for
Yeah.
clarifying.
Yeah.
Nova
Um,
was straight up gonna be like, she did literally
Zap,
ask you
zorp,
not
okay.
to copy it.
Yeah, I'll just not do that then.
It was when you said the word, can I scribe? And I said, no.
You're like, hold on.
Don't copy it.
So Nova
Um,
asked if it helped.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
it-
I couldn't see anything.
It helped a little bit. I still couldn't read the words, but it did look more like a language.
Well, that's good. Maybe
The
you
only
can write
words-
it down, and I believe I know some folks in the libraries over in Aldenair that might be able to translate it, perhaps.
I don't think anyone speaks
I mean, I already have the
giant.
translation.
Oh.
It's not, it's, yeah, again, I have the translation.
Oh, then why are you trying to reread it?
That's what
Because I'm trying to
asked.
look for a pattern in the letters and in the consonants to see if I can be able to pick apart the language so I can learn it and not rely on other people next time I find one. 'Cause, I mean, I have some some of the
Valid.
runes on my arms. I don't know what those say, but I'm trying to make a compilation.
The guy who translated it, did you ask him what language it was?
He wasn't a very talkative type.
There are
Alright.
what appears to be 6 different languages on this tablet.
Do I recognize any of them?
What languages do you speak?
Wait, so wouldn't I be able to read it then, Case? Because I can read all languages.
That's the thing. You cannot see the
Okay.
even whenever they are appeared, it still is just like jumbled up letters.
Okay,
that
so
don't
this
really
is
make
not
any sense.
runes.
They are whenever you look at it, until someone cast encrypt decrypt, you just saw runes. Like it was just like it made no sense. You were not able to read it. And as soon as it was encrypted, like decrypted, it turned into a version of a language, but it was just like a jumbling of letters of a variety of different languages.
Okay. Can I add my languages into the pool of...
Yes, you can. Well, you know all the languages, so you automatically know. Like you can recognize because you speak all, like, and read all of it. That
Okay, so when
you
it was
can
decrypted,
recognize-
it was...
Yeah.
Okay.
And in that case, you see that it, in order on the way down, it's like whenever you look at, like, it's like someone who doesn't know Latin can see Latin or even like maybe even Russian, and like you can almost like it looks like it's letters, but it's not, like it doesn't make words.
That's what I'm trying to do, is
Like
identify
somebody
by
using
like
the Russian alphabet and just
I'm trying to
like,
identify by
keyboard
like
slamming it.
I'm trying to identify by like the types of the strokes and whatnot, what the base language is for the different things.
Yeah, it is.
Nova sees like all the people crowding over the tablet, and she starts to get a little claustrophobic, so she actually is gonna back up and start staring at the tachis and just like let that thing exist. But she's gonna just like look at Barlow and just kind of thumbs
Now, wait,
up.
Nova,
and...
before you step away, you said that what she did helped, right?
Yes.
Nova, were you doing something like, give me a second, and I write in my book basically whatever you would write to communicate to another wizard the spell that you were casting. So sort of like the formula of the spell.
Yeah. Yeah.
For encrypt decrypt, and I'm just gonna pass that over.
She's still like a little. There's like a lot going on, so she's still kind of like backing away a little bit. But she like looks over at it and she goes, "Yeah, that was it."
Have you? I mean, I never thought to try before, but what would stop someone from like encrypting something and then encrypting it again? And if they did do that, could we do the reverse if like you cast and then I also cast that
TODO.
same spell sort of on top of it?
My presumption of how the spell works is that there is a certain level of magnitude that offers clarity to the individual who encoded or decoded. I didn't see anything happen when I cast this spell on the stone, but clearly Marlowe, and I motion to Marlowe, has been designated as the individual to understand and decode this message, which means that there are certain individuals who have been given, I call it a frequency, you guys.
Translate it. I didn't translate it. I just received it, and then was
Perhaps.
Would you rather me, would Marlo, would you rather, or Kobe, would you rather me message you what you saw or just say it out loud?
I think I have the translation. It's just it hasn't I mean, what it says is,
Do you though?
Do you-
body of our home make craggy steps.
Yes. That is like the fourth line.
Yeah, there's 5. I think there's 5 tablets from what I know, and this is the 4th.
Oh,
What?
did I mess that up?
No.
Am I messing this up? Oh my god! Wait. I thought there was
Oh
one
my
tablet
God.
and like a bunch of stuff written on it, and you were trying to.
Wait,
decipher
so,
this. Hold
um,
on.
He'll try to
So,
find another tablet.
So if we are decoding whatever this is for you to look at when we do this, but you just want to read the language that's there, I don't know if we're actually helping. Because you already know what it says. You want to figure out how to read it. So yeah. I'm sorry, I was a little behind there. But yeah, no, that's real good. That's real interesting.
Well, it's there's more to it is the thing, so I need to be able to actually read it when I get the other things, because Balmung wants me to find these things, and I think it kind of has to do with his own stuff that he needs me to do.
Does need something.
Well, it wasn't part of our contract.
Oh, I know, but yeah.
Well, that's mighty thoughtful of you. So is there anything we should be looking out for while we traveling? Like we gotta save Val from death by wound here, and then me and Abe got work to do along the road. And is there something you need as well, Marlo, that we should be on the
Yeah,
lookout for?
Helping people to fulfill their contracts is sort of a day job of ours. So you know,
Yeah.
just
But
looking to help
If
how
it's
we can.
if you're good, we got plenty to do, of course. Like
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we should resolve what we currently have
Cool.
going on, and then maybe revisit the scenario later, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure if it's something you guys can help with. So,
oh, okay, that's fine
Well
with
then.
me.
I was about
and
we
I
all
lied.
get
There's
on...
one tablet, and that was the 4th line, just so everybody
Oh.
knows.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I thought I discussed this better than I did not.
Well then, how's about we get on the road before
We've
our...
been on the road.
We've
thought we
we've been
were-
on the road.
We've
We're in
been
the
on the
wagon.
road.
How are
This
we
is a
having
wagon
this
discussion.
conversation?
I'm
In
on
the
a
wagon.
horse.
Oh, okay.
It's a
And I'm just
wagon
like riding behind
conversation.
the wagon, just laughing at
Okay,
you
this
guys.
is
Wagon.
this is a wagon conversation, TM. Okay.
Yeah,
my
we're just
favorite
talking
kind.
while walking, bruh.
All right. Then he says, "Well then, how's about we pick up the pace and get on to where we're going before our gold-plated friend falls dead or something?"
Val just shoots you a dirty ass leg.
That was very sensitive of you, Abe.
He just smiles back.
Nova's scratching like right here. Like, oh man, oof.
If looks could kill, Abraham would be dead. If
Uh,
looks could smite, which they can.
Nova's just gonna look up at Marlo, kind of like, there's more to this, but she's not really gonna like dig into that just now. And then she's gonna take a glance and see if she can see the runes that she was mentioning. Does she have her
Yeah, I probably would have
that
pulled
on?
up
Okay.
my arm, my
Um,
sleeves, and my.
Then she's gonna
band.
probably glance at where they were, and then just kind of like look up at her and stand up, do a little stretch, and go back to her little spot and continue her navigation stuff.
I'd like to go put a subtle arm around Zero and be like, "Hey, Zero, you know, it's just
Yeah.
that rocks are kind of your thing.
Yeah.
I was just wondering that stone that Marlo's been lugging around with her over there.
Yeah.
You ever like tried to figure out where that rock might have come from, or how old it is, or like? I mean, I know sometimes you talk to rocks. I was just wondering, have you ever like?
Oh, yeah, that was a mistake. But I can I'm a lot better with like nice gems and stuff. like basic masonry is not where I like to be at, because I mean rocks are nice and everything, but like I mean gems are kind of prettier. But I can tell that it's like kind of like a limestone type thing. I'm not sure. I'm not really big on that, and I can't read it, so I don't know. So yeah,
I was just gonna say, well, it seems like it's a real important rock to Marlowe. So
Yeah.
if you wanted to go like just knock knock, hey, who's in there, to the tablet, that might help her out some.
is that a bar?
Sorry, what?
Where are we knocking?
On the rock, I assumed. Like, I don't know how you introduce yourself to a rock.
Yeah, I can try. Yeah. Sure.
Cool. Yeah, no. All right. Let me know what you find. For science.
Science. And he goes over while you watch a serial. Just can. He knocks. Science.
Nova's just shaking her head in the corner, just like, oh, God dang it.
Oh my god.
So,
I was so hoping the rock would just be like, well, hello there.
okay, that's a boy. Don't touch me.
How dare you lay your hands on me?
Excalibur from frickin' Soul Eater.
Haha, you fool. Is anyone else practicing stuff? I know that Zeke, you're doing practicing harmonica stuff. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm just
going
trying to
to,
figure out how this fucking axe thing works, man.
It is very, very consistent. You throw it at things, it's got a really. You can throw at things, and then it just like shunk.
Does it do anything else, or is it just a rock?
After you're solid like 3 or 4 days with it, it's
I hate my life.
a weird looking hatchet, like rock. Again, it's just like a fossil of a hatchet.
That's a nice boulder.
Can I like hold on? Can I like yeah. Is there something like they said it was like a dwarf god thing, right? Can I like pray or something and try to like get in contact with whoever's rock this is? Or maybe there's like a spell I could use.
Surely try.
Do I have any spells that allow me to talk to people?
You have lots of clerical spells. They're all level 1 though right now.
Yeah, I'm all level 1.
Ceremony.
I do have ceremony.
If you have 8 hours to cast it.
Wait, does it really take 8 hours to cast ceremony?
Yes,
It
it is
takes
an entire.
1 hour.
It's a 1 hour.
Yeah. I have detect magic. I have divine favor. That's not gonna help.
First level cleric spells I can think of. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's not like I have divination or augury or anything.
If you want to take time to focus and pray to.
Yeah, can I like meditate on this sucker?
Sure. Go ahead and make a religion check.
Oh boy, I'm so
And
good
you can
at those.
add your charisma modifier to religion
Oh,
checks since that's your
hell
religious
yes.
casting.
Hell yeah! All right, that makes things so much
There it
better.
is.
Okay. Okay.
I'll stop singing opera. Yeah.
It's what we do. A little.
Oh wow, that was actually really good. That is a 16 plus 4 because I have a -1 for intelligence, but a +5 to charisma, so it's a +4.
Oh no, just instead of intelligence, you're
Oh.
like if you
Okay,
are a
so
religious
it's
person, you can
21.
use wisdom or intelligence or charisma. or
Okay, so
something
it's
like that.
21.
21. You focus on it, and you can feel, like as you're holding on to it and you're riding on the horse, it gives a bit of a heavier weight to it. Almost. Nothing major happens, but
Yeah, my dumbass is literally just gonna be like, anybody
there's like
there?
it feels very comfortable in your grasp.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Hello. Knock knock. Anyone there? Anyone home? Knock knock.
You'll
knock
check
Hello,
on the
everyone.
stone
Knocking
trick.
on rocks.
We have 2 characters knocked on the rocks to no avail.
Alright, I'll probably have a cleric look at it or some shit when we get to Aldener.
Okay. With that, let me see. Yeah, the closest temple that you know of to the Forge Father is in Altenair. There might be one along the way, but that would require you to do a thinking check. So
You could ping your local encyclopedia. The database is right here. If you did. Okay, cool. Nova can help you with the intelligence check.
The rock?
If you want to know about clerics outside of Aldenair.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna ride over to Nova. Hey, Nova, look at this rock. Nova, look at this
That's
rock.
the rock. I see the rock. What do you want me to do with the rock?
Nova, this rock is causing me endless frustration. I don't know what it does or what it's supposed to do. All I do is throw it and it hits things. There has to be more. It
That
feels-
sounds like
Same.
exactly what you
And I hold
wanted
up my
to
gauntlet.
do. Isn't
You,
that
like-
what you'd want of most items you hold, Belle? To
Well-
like,
Well, yeah, but when I tried to use my magic on it, it didn't work.
oh.
Tell me more.
Tell me more.
Does it look
Naked.
like an axe?
do we look like a bit?
Oh, bitch.
Cool.
So,
Can I decipher anything of the rock, or do
Y'all
I know
already
if
did
anyone
your
nearby?
deciphering
Right.
checks for
Do
the
you-
rock, so you can do a check to see if, as Val tells you about the Forge Father or Moradin, you can do a check to see if you remember talks of local temples or anything like that, or forgeries. Usually there's like creation.
Can you
or
like
crafting
identify it
places.
or anything?
I mean, I could identify it, but I thought we identified it before.
You already did. You already
Oh.
did try
Did?
to identify
Oh.
it. It was
Yeah.
just throwing, acts of throwing, basically.
Okay.
Or acts
But
of
if
turning.
acts of
you
throwing.
want to communicate
Throwing
with the
acts of
Forge
throwing and
Father,
returning.
I believe Sakabu might have told me about a temple. Let me see if I can remember, and I'm gonna close my eyes.
The Forge Father.
I
mean-
Flashbacks over here.
history
worked
or
at-
religion?
Either.
Okay, so
I
history is
worked
gonna
at-
be 25.
Father's Forge in Aldenair if you want contact.
There's one in Aldenair, but also maybe one sooner, shorter.
Not another Melanie character related to a Forge god. God forbid.
You'd
I mean,
hate
You-
to see
we
that.
want to stop before we get to
know-
Aldenair.
That
Well, if it's on the way.
You know that Colkirk is a city that was once home to Fern Milo. There's lots of dwarfs that are there, but they're not particularly followers of Moradin. They're more followers of Lathander and some Celtic deities that have to do with rivers and livestock. Closest to you within like your geographical knowledge is probably Nishka.
Okay. So I'm gonna probably not say any of them. I'm gonna be like, honestly, the one that's probably the best on our path is the one in Aldenair. So we're probably gonna have to sit and wait on that.
I mean, it's probably better
Fine,
to
it's not
just
super
go there
immediate.
if there's a contact there anyway.
Yeah, we're just already going all in there. Might as well.
Yeah. Sorry. Wish there was something closer.
Frustratedly throws axe. Fucking Thor's and just. I hate this.
Why are you so cryptic? And it comes back.
Can I try something? Can you? Is there like
Zeke, you're
like a-
driving. Wait, here, give me the rein. All right, now
Yeah.
you can go talk
Thanks,
to him.
Abe. I just want to. Is there like a loose board or something that's like strong?
No.
No.
There's a box that's full
There's
of stuff.
also a big ol'
There's a
tree,
tree.
in a pot.
There's a
If you
large
want
tree.
that.
Yes.
Covered.
Nah.
It's covered.
Sleeping bag.
We have confirmed that it is covered. It's still, if not, it is not growing tall, but the foliage is filling.
Trying to escape.
It's like it's.
Exfoliating.
Let me out.
Great.
What have you done? I really am gonna try and run some sort of a hustle in the next town to get enough gold to buy a wagon just for my tree.
Will work. We'll see.
Never mind. I don't have an idea if I can't break something, so. Oh well.
Might have been already a couple of times that you have seen, or Val, you might have like left it somewhere behind a rock or something like that, experimented with the property that it is like an immovable rod, and it just drags whatever is
I'm
there.
wondering if it will break through something in order to return. Like what kind of force it has when it's trying to return. Like will it break through something?
It will push a boulder out of the way to follow Val.
Cool. Great. That was the curiosity.
Yeah. It has
Cool.
been. I would say that like within the past 4 days, you've had enough time to like
We've kind of figured
quench
out
your
that this
curiosity
thing
of like,
fucked shit up.
yeah, what the
Great.
extent
That's
of
gonna
this
be
is.
useful.
Yeah, that's gonna be real useful.
If you put it
Useful,
behind
yeah.
a wall and it can't go through the wall, Val stops.
Ah.
You stop.
Okay. That's a problem. So we only have as much force as we can produce onto Val to move the hammer.
Hear me out. I can produce a lot of force on the valve.
Yeah.
As
Okay.
the wagon continues along.
Don't put on your glasses and act like you didn't just say something
It is-
terrible, Abe.
Fairly, we have another stint of snow. It's a light flurry today. Though one of the things that sticks out to you all is about, I'd say, near lunchtime. You make it a ways through. There's a clearing over to your left through some of the taller trees. The only thing, and snow at this point is pretty much sticking to the ground. It's still a little bit chilly in the air. And there are a couple of flurries that are sticking onto the limbs of trees and all over the ground. And it's about this time, especially as you kind of go along, it's getting to be like about 1 inch or 2 inches thick. Though there's one item or area that is untouched by snow. As you see a very old stone dome over to your left that is cleared of any trees around it, but there are lots of large white-capped mushrooms that grow in circles around the tree. Some of them are incomplete circles, but there's lots of circles that are around this singular stone-domed item.
Fairy circle.
Burial.
I know, I was gonna say.
mound, something.
It's a fucking fairy circle, man. Don't do it. The Fae will come get you.
I don't wanna-
Oberon's gonna reach
I don't
in
wanna-
from the shadow right
Do I
here.
know anything
Strangle
about
you.
these mushrooms or anything about mushrooms in a circle around object?
What kind of check do you want to make?
I would prefer anything about mushrooms being in a circle.
Nature check.
I'm gonna pull the wagon up to a stop. Whoa there. Whoa. There.
Oh, thank you, Abe. I'll be right back. Don't let anything go.
Zeke,
And I
Zeke,
jump out of
Zeke,
the wagon.
I want to take a look. No, somebody's got to
Marlo.
stay with the horses. You don't get to go first.
13.
13. Mushrooms go in circles sometimes.
I would like to.
Zeriel, can you come take the reins? Zeke's getting away without me.
I'm trying to knock on the rock. It's not working. I suck at science.
You know, sometimes science doesn't turn out the way we
Guys,
want
I
it
thought
to.
we were in a rush. Why are we stopping
No,
at a rock?
Wait, I'm hungry. I just need to stretch my legs. I was about to lose it. How long we've been on the road? We've been on the road a while.
About 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm just stretching my legs. 2 minutes.
I'm just gonna gather some mushrooms for us to eat.
I don't
kinda-
think those are edible necessarily. Yeah.
Val just kind of shoots a look at Marlo and just kind of smiles at her and just looks at the boys and just
Doesn't
rolls her
smile
eyes.
back.
Nova, what you got?
Nova had a pet project with Aratus prior to building Perry that involved mushrooms. It is in our notes.
Mushroom.
So does she recognize these mushrooms?
With
What have you
Aratus?
done, Nova?
Uh-huh. Alchemy stuff.
Fun fact: Melanie's allergic to mushrooms.
Really?
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Is it a fun fact? What are you allergic to?
It's in the things that Aratus taught Nova.
Fun fact: Steve loves
Oh.
mushrooms.
Yes.
They're delicious.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah.
Weirdly enough, I never thought
I
this
got
was
it.
gonna come up in game, but
Actually, well, you can roll me a nature check with disadvantage from the cart.
Once I'm close, I will be wanting to do a check of some kind.
Okay, you are now close. What kind of check?
I'm
I'll wait
flipping
to-
through my book looking for anything
13.
on mushroom
13.
circles and stones.
13. 1
13.
3. Yeah.
From this distance, it
Cool.
looks like a lot of mushrooms. You're not
They
sure
look
it doesn't
like-
have anything that's like the really crazy ones that you know that like make like really exciting reactions or awesome
Cool.
reactions.
Guys, can I just like implement the whole voting system of not stopping right now because there's no reason to be stopping right
Oh, that-
now?
I mean, yeah, I was just stretching my leg. We can get right back on the road. Are we gonna take stretch breaks? Is that something we're skipping?
I feel like stretch breaks involve you getting off of the cart and walking alongside the cart while we travel.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah,
Let's
no, in fact, you guys just Zeriel, you keep the wagon going. I just want to look this up real quick. I'll catch right on it.
Abe, I do believe that we literally talked about when it involves the group, we go by the vote.
I will leave you behind.
Does everyone else want to move along?
It might be a good
Yeah.
chance to check for tracks for the people, at least around here. We've been kind of stale on that for the last couple.
Oh yeah, those guys.
Like
Look,
half day or so.
I'm not saying that we stop. I will catch right up. I just want to do a little bit of research. I ain't causing no trouble. I vote that Abe stays here long enough to
We
look
just
something
give
up in his
Abe the
book.
hammer so that when he gets too far behind the cart, he just goes.
Cool. While
Strap
people are
it to his
talking,
chest.
I'd like to lay my hands down by the circle.
I don't
Right.
think we ever stopped. There was
No.
no inclination in my head that we ever
Abe
stop.
Abe stopped. Abe was
I
halting the
stopped,
horses.
but then I gave the reins to Zeriel because I
Who I
wasn't
s-
sure if the mushrooms were dangerous.
Zeriel
initially,
looked
so
at
I didn't want
Marlo.
to just keep going.
I just poked my head out.
I'm
Do
dead
I-
ass giving
Stop.
the axe to
Go?
to
Go.
Abe.
I mean,
And
if you want to
leaving it-
renege on the deal we just made.
No. Like I said, I vote Abe stays behind long enough to look up something in his book.
I'll vote with that, but I'm assuming we're outvoted 4-2.
I
And
don't
we
know what
will
the
just
other
keep
votes
on
are,
moving.
Zeke.
All right, Nova's got her invisible timer. You get 2 minutes to hop out and hop back on.
Cool.
I
I'm
think
gonna
that
take
sounds-
the axe and I'm gonna put it over one shoulder awkwardly as I'm thumbing through the book.
We'll stop the cart. We're not gonna keep going if they get off. Like,
Yeah.
we're not gonna keep going.
But it would
Cool.
be so
Gonna
funny.
Hold up my arm as if there's an invisible clock, and
I'm
just,
going
like,
to-
watch.
I'm gonna sigh very deeply and follow those two to make sure they're not doing something stupid. That's
Cool.
what
Oh, they're 100% doing something stupid.
Cool.
Great.
All I'd like to do is going down to the circle, right?
Mhm.
I'm going to focus, and I'm casting sort of my variant of Fey Glamour. And let me
will
see if I
say-
can do it.
You all see as Zeke approaches the mound that a spectral, glittering, rainbow-colored horn finishes its shape.
Yeah. And I'm gonna cast Fiendish Charm on the ground, basically. So it's basically my version of Fey Glamour.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do that on the ground, like on the circle, to see if it has like a magical response to being affected by Fey magic.
Okay.
And I just basically try and make the mushrooms look like more beautiful and like whatever
as
the
you channel your energy through, and it goes down and settles, and you feel it connecting to the grass. The snow melts around your hands a little bit, and there's nothing.
Well, I'm out of ideas. Abe, you got your notes yet?
1 minute 30 seconds.
As Zeke walks about
Uh,
10 feet away from the thing to go look at Abe, you watch as the horn kind of disappear.
Mm-hmm. We can't hear you, Abe, by the way, but it sounds.
It looks really informative.
So 3 things real quick. I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna look through my book. I'm gonna see if I can cast a spell, learn a little bit more about what's going on. Also, a big shiny horn appeared on your head where your horn isn't anymore after that thing. That was real strange. You really, that was real concerning. So
I think it's
deal
some
with
of
that.
the.
We got 2 minutes. I will talk to you after I do my research.
Cool.
So you have it closer to 1:15 now. Just so you know.
What check are you doing, Abe?
Whatever I need to look through my book and find
Can I
out
make-
about.
Well, you're proficient in book looking. I mean, like, what
Okay,
are you
cool.
looking for?
I want to find anything with regards to mushroom circles and like shimmering magic.
All right, go ahead and make a. If you're looking through your book in particular, yeah, go ahead and make a history check. I'll say since you're doing it really fast, it's going to be a disadvantage.
Can I make some sort of check based on if there was anything happening with the mushrooms before or after I cast magic on them? Or is it very obviously just nothing interesting? Just the normal effects of my glamour?
Nothing changed. The only thing that you notice, and you can kind of see it at the corner of your eye, is that whenever you step closer to the mushrooms or around the mushrooms or closer to the rocks or in general, your horn appears.
Oh.
17, and I'm also casting Identify once I get up there.
Okay.
As
As a
a
ritual
spell.
or as spell?
Seconds.
As a ritual, it takes 1 minute.
It takes
It's
10
10.
minutes.
10?
It's 10.
Yes, it's 10
It's
minutes.
the normal
It's
casting
10
time.
It's 10 minutes plus the normal casting
You
time.
can cast
Okay,
it.
wait, I got
you can
this.
cast it as an action if you want to. It just takes a spell slot.
Yeah, I might. but
Secretly,
let me-
Nova just enjoys putting pressure on Abe.
I was waiting for him to be like ritual, and I'm like,
You all see.
no.
You can see Perry is like making this like Mizium like hourglass shape. Like
And you just hear a tick, tick, tick.
Each like little grain of sand makes a very obvious little click noise.
start counting down from
Doesn't make sense.
Okay, I do have something that I can cast in 1 minute. Okay, so instead, I'm gonna read object.
Okay. Read object was.
I can.
Oh, man.
Yeah, let me
was-
allow you. Read object is a second level divination spell. Its casting time is 1 minute. It is range touch, and its components are verbal and somatic. You must maintain concentration for up to 1 minute. By handling an object and reading the psychic residue on it, you can divine information about the item's history. After you cast the spell, you can continue to handle the object, reading any impressions that might have been left upon it. Each round, the GM may give you one piece of information related to the item's ownership and handling. The GM might determine that the particular item does not have enough psychic residue on it to provide any clear impressions. Following are examples of information you can obtain: the item's name, if it has one, a visual image of the last creature to handle the item, an impression of the item's use as the hands of someone using it,
Gotcha.
an impression of the emotional state of the creature that last used the item, things like that.
What are you casting it on?
So I'm going to, when I look forward, there's like a stone and then mushrooms, right?
Mhm.
I guess the stone.
All right. The stone is like, it's a 10-foot dome, 10-foot diameter dome. It's about 8 feet tall at its peak, but it looks like a stone igloo. There's no entrance or anything like that. It's just like built up. It looks like a burial
Yeah.
mound.
So I
There's
will
nothing
read
on it.
object on the stone, and I will look through the book with my 17.
Right. You all see as a finishes casting the spell, flames alight, and from the smoke that flitters up from the flames, it catches and is turned into a shape of an arm that is touching the side of the stone. And the arm drags a single finger and goes into a circle. And it walks, and you see it kind of, it slowly starts, and then it starts to speed up. And you see it circle 3 times, and then the arm disappears.
Well, now that's interesting.
Yeah. So it would appear that 20 seconds. It would appear that someone used this in some sort of a magical thing. You trace around it 3 times, and then something happens. And what did
Probably.
I learn from the book?
What was the check?
17.
Beyond famous folklores, that's about all you can find at this moment. You can probably continue to read on it in the caravan, but the most you can kind of see is folklores about mushrooms and mushroom circles and fairies and stuff like that.
Something.
Cyril, can you-
I think fairies. Honestly.
During this time, can I request Serial to make a quick sketch of the rock?
Yeah.
So I'll basically come back. Serial, could you make a sketch of that rock for me? It seemed to interact with my horn a little bit, and that was a bit fruity, so I thought I might remember that for
Seconds,
later.
Okay, something with Fae. They trace their hand
Right.
around, and
Last
that's
grains of sand are
all.
going out.
Mhm.
Cool. I'll go get back in the wagon.
Nova's
The
gonna step
mushrooms-
out of the caravan, but she's not gonna go towards the portal or anything. She's just gonna step out of it.
Do the mushrooms look like ones I've seen before?
Do the what?
Do the mushrooms look unique?
Make a nature check.
$16.
What's your passive perception?
12.
The mushrooms don't look unique. They are an amalgamation of maybe 3 different kinds of mushrooms. Not all in one, but there's 3 different types of mushrooms that you can see that are growing in these circles. And yeah, that's about it.
I don't see a reason to take a sample. I reckon the rest of this is just research, since I can't perform the ritual and whatnot. So, alright, let's go.
Nova's gonna take a quick look around the whole spot and try and remember the location and determine latitude and longitude for it to mark it down on the map later.
Cool. Go ahead and make a perception check just to kind of gather it all in.
Can I get advantage on that because my proficiency in cartography and
Yes.
keen mind. Yeah.
Yes. You get all of it.
Oh man. 17.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
It's easy. I just want to make sure you didn't roll a 1.
Well, one of
even-
those was a 4, so I'm glad I got advantage.
Yeah, you're good. You capture it all, and that is it. You have like a good mental image, and you kind of like look at where you are in the roads. It's a little deeper into the trees, but it's still like having an opening on this main road, and it looks like there's a couple of footsteps, or like old footsteps, that are underneath the snow. Like, a lot of people check this out because it's weird, but that's about it.
Cool. Yeah, she's gonna do a hack and slash drawing of it later in her book.
Gotcha.
Cool.
As the party continues on, now everyone back into the wagon.
I'm gonna take up the Zeriel spot on top of the wagon and just sit and do research in my book.
Okay. It is snowing on you.
That is fine.
Okay, cool. Well, as it snows on
I am
Abe,
warm.
think about what all y'all want to do. It's going to come to a close this day. Then you'll have one more full day before you go to Colkirk, and we'll think about that while we go on our break. And we will be back here
Amazing.
in about 10-12 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Here comes the intermission. Now remember to actually hook at this time. And
There we
of
go.
course, kneecaps are in danger if presence
Yes,
is
they
not
are.
maintained. So
Yep.
I have a new fancy stone axe. It's even better for
he's
kneecaps.
just got range on the kneecaps.
You can run away, and
Okay.
she doesn't even need to catch up. Based on Norse myths, so
I
like
don't.
ships are a thing.
I don't think you
Terrifying.
understand how much Abe's temperament naturally leans toward piracy.
I'm just
We
saying.
just went to a
Just-
pirate museum, so like we got all the straight hardcore facts
Mhm.
here.
Just
Held-
stick in there, and it'll come in. Hi everyone, we're back. We're talking about
Wait,
pirates.
would our crew have to be like? It'd be like a skull with crossbones and white hair because
Bold
we
of
all
you
have
to
white
assume
hair.
That Val would join a pirate crew.
Excuse me, Val. What was where?
Excuse me,
where is Val from? What
Oh,
story is Val
excuse me.
How did we meet?
She didn't like being on the pirate ship last
But
time
she
either.
joined. But she joined.
She did not join. She saved your asses from the Navy. Don't you forget.
Held captive.
I've already
So what I'm hearing
Valid.
is all we have to
I'm
do.
held against my will. I'm
I
not
saved
a
your
pirate.
asses. Get
All
out
I
of
heard
here.
was technically out of every character here and their iterations, Val is the only one who actually was part of the
Has
pirate
been a
crew.
pirate. Yeah. I'm just saying, so
I
all
don't
we
know.
have to do
We
to
still
get
think-
Val on board is
What if
find
Nova-
someone with a candy cannon.
What if Nova's actually a CIA pirate?
Maybe.
Just
Maybe.
throw all the wacky stuff in there.
All of it. Anyways, welcome back. Let's jump back in. We are on the
You
road
wouldn't steal
from-
a pirate ship.
On the
Or
road
lay.
again.
to Colkirk. I hope you all thought about what you're doing this evening. You can summarize it or roleplay it out, but you have one
Val
more
will probably
full day.
talk to Nova if Nova wants to talk to Val.
All right. It is pretty safe for the most part, but I do need survival checks. Siriel is offering. Since
I'm
he
bad
has
at
the
those,
highest.
so.
Ziriel, I assume, is the one on the horse
Yeah.
scouting out and doing stuff.
Yes. He'll make a first one to see if there's any remnants of tracks left over. He doesn't find consistent tracks, but he does find a blip of the similar sized footprints in the same area that was like kind of crossed over the road. So at least you know you're going in the correct direction, or he assumes. But for the evening, is someone assisting Suriel with this, or is someone else making a...
I think Nova rolled.
Nova rolled. What's your roll, Nova?
Here's the thing, though. I'm not proficient, so I don't think I'm allowed to roll.
Correct.
Still roll.
Well, I got a 15, but if I'm not proficient, it doesn't count.
Nova is
I mean,
learning,
we don't
which
have
we
to
can only assume is
roll
one of
with
her favorite
proficiency, I
things.
thought. Like whoever was doing
it means something different. If someone rolls a 15 with proficiency, and if someone rolls a 15 who's not proficient, just like someone who knows what they're looking for, and then like, yes, this is good, and then someone who
What
kind of
wasn't-
like stumbles into. Just how I think about it. But there's an enclosed area of trees. It's still snowing throughout this area right now. So as you are able to pull into the area, you find that there's two surfaces right now. Ziriel rolled a 10, so didn't really help on that front. But you found two surfaces. You found there is a rocky surface that's a little bit elevated, or there's an area that's a little bit down a hill that is kind of encroached by trees. Which one do you want to go with?
I vote rocky surface all the way.
It does look more comfortable down with the shade and the soft earth with the trees, but
It does look more defensible up in the area with the elevated height position over the immediate terrain and clear line of sight to anything coming up on us.
that probably is the wiser choice. Yeah, I mean, we got bed bulls, and I'm gonna be in the wagon anyway, so.
I'll just kind of like raises an eyebrow, but it's like, I agree with the tactical advantage that Abe is suggesting.
Quick question. Do dragons fly far distances? The reason I ask is, would the dragon from I'm so distracted by the adorable kitten. Would said chromatic dragon from up by the mountainy slopes near Orincast fly this far down?
Wait, are there dragons?
I don't think we
around
ever
here?
confirmed that there was a dragon there.
We confirmed from well, we didn't confirm, but the talking rock said really big lizard with wings.
And then
knock
the
me
guy
down."
on the
They never
tree
said anything
said-
about wings. It was just big
Just a
lizards.
big
But-
lizard.
And then the
Tree-
guy
But
also
Tree Boy's
the tree.
task is hunting dragons.
and
Yeah, but the guy with the tree was out
Poppy-
there because he was confused, and the other guy was chasing him. There
So
wasn't.
They were
we
on a
were-
quest.
dragons.
They were
Yeah.
on a quest for a chromatic dragon.
So there
That
were
was
dragons
past.
That was
around,
in the past.
but not necessarily right on top of us or that caused the damage we saw.
Mackle, what do you
Okay.
remember from your
Yeah.
notes?
Kobe's right. It was the rock said lizard and owl, amongst other things, but it said lizard. The tree was tasked to hunt dragons some 20 odd years ago, from Hamilcar's notes, or 40 years ago, because that was when the whole problem was arisen about there's this larger uprising of chromatic dragons, and was just there by accident. But
And
How
then-
far do you go?
What the barista said from Orincast?
Barista.
I don't think she mentioned dragons there either. It was just large lizards.
Okay, cool. The dude
So we've
who
heard
made perfect
three-
coffee.
So we've heard
Is who
three
I'm referring
references.
to.
Oh,
We've
I don't
heard
know.
two references to a large lizard, and we've heard, and we saw like fire or something, like some sort of scarring from something that could be either someone using like magic with fire in it or a breath weapon. And finally, we know that there's a fort within at least a couple weeks of walking distance for a giant
No.
tree that has had issues with
No,
dragons?
the tree teleported.
The tree
The
The tree
teleported.
teleported?
Yes.
Tree is from Ildhas, which is about the other side of the world.
Far as fuck away.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Okay.
Yeah.
So cool. I'll
Tree
take
was
that
there
away.
he was confused. Some spell was cast on him, or something
got
happened with the
yeeted
teleport.
over.
He
Ah.
got yeeted there. The other guy
Hey,
showed up, took him back,
I-
and he explained he was an adventurer who used to hunt dramatic dragons.
But
Did
I
not mean
relate
to
with
throw
this
this much
tree. I am also
confusion. I
confused.
just wanted to say, hey, can dragons fly this far? That's all
go
I
ahead and
wanted
make
to
a nature check.
That's all I wanted to do. 13. So I have 0 idea.
There's no big caves or glaciers or deserts or big mountains or anything like that that like would normally make a lair. They have anywhere around here that you know of? So you assume not.
Yeah, dragons fly. Nova thinks to herself.
I'm just like, all right. I mean, like as long as we're not easy pickings for something that can fly, I'm
What do your
fine with
ASMR
a
eyes see?
craggy slope or a craggy precipice, whatever it was, the hill, the rock area.
I'm fine with whichever one the cart can take better.
It is going to be difficult to get back up from the lower area. It's going to be difficult getting up initially from the upper area. It's going to be a little bit safer to traverse up the rocks.
That a one.
Rocks it is.
Milo's choice.
Rocks? Anyone not for rocks already?
I
Sway.
agree with Abraham on the tactical advantage of the high ground.
The rock.
The Kenobi method.
It was something I read about in one of my books. You see, there was this old general. His name was, I don't know, Kenobi or something.
It's like that.
Wrote a whole book on the art of taking the high ground.
So you all are able to get up it, no problem. Takes a little bit of time and some extra footwork from the ox and from Dave. But eventually gets up. You set up camp, not a problem. It takes a little bit. It's harder to find some good firewood, but you're able to dry it out enough with constant magical fire that you get a fire going. And everyone is set up in camp in the next 45 minutes. The sun is still slightly, it's in like duskish twilight time. Nautical twilight.
Cool.
So there are two things I want to be working on during this time. The first is that I want to keep seeing if I can find any information on mushrooms and fairies and big dome rocks and whatnot.
Gotcha.
Especially now that I know how the ritual works.
Uh-huh.
And the other thing is I want to be practicing taking control flame. And he just sort of sits there, and as he's reading his book, he's just absent-mindedly twirling his fingers, and it creates this little dragon out of flame that looks sort of like Jadar, but made out of like flickering licks of orange light. And he's just gonna like try and get it to run around his shoulders like Jadar does with Ziriel.
Gotcha. Go ahead and roll for the mushroom deal, and I'm gonna come back to you. Zeke, what are you doing?
So, after the fire gets going, Zeke is going to, first things first, he's gonna go get his tent out of the back of the wagon, as you do, and he's gonna go and get his stuff. He's gonna start setting up the tent again, over somewhere nearest to the fire, taking a great deal of care to like get it like strong, like firmly in the ground, like brush all the dirt off of it. Let's see if he has. Cool, he doesn't have prestidigitation, because why would he? So yeah, he's just doing a good job, like getting. This is a pine forest, right?
as you're making your way further east and south, it is getting to be a smattering, but there's lots of pines. Yeah.
I'm looking for pine
Are
needles.
these trees coniferous or deciduous? We need to know.
Yeah, I'm looking for pine needles.
You find plenty. There's lots of them. They're all wet.
Cool. So I'm gonna take the pine needles and make a mat about an inch thick of the pine needles on the base of the floor on top of the rock inside the tent. And put all my stuff next to the tent, as if it's going to be used, but it's not. It's going to be moved. And then once I get all that together, I assume that takes a while. Does anyone walk by while I'm doing this?
We will see. While you're
Cool.
setting up your tent,
Are there any berries? After this, I'm looking for berries. That's the whole thing.
Cool.
So you're
Go
ready
ahead
for
and make
that.
a survival check.
Cool.
Abe, what you got? 19?
Yep.
So with that, you search for a while. Doesn't go beyond some folklore tales of like some shitty fairies to deal with, and like some names of some fairies that you don't trust. And then that's about it. There's not a lot of dealings in the laws of this, besides like those who have like classic case names of like some devil versus like
Yeah.
Tinkle Sprinkle. And it's like so and so did this and it was bad, and like don't use fairy dust in this situation. That yada yada yada.
Case files that set a precedent for like this individual had already sold their soul to this demon, and then their soul was technically bonded in marriage to this fairy, and so they had to like
It's a
ambiguate.
long case.
Yeah.
So
Oh god, it got like up the court system when they
Yeah,
did
it like got appealed several times.
it went down a few layers.
Yeah.
Zeke, what was your forging check, your survival check?
I was just checking my stat sheet because I'm an idiot and I forgot that I had proficiency in survival. So that makes it an 12.
Cool. It takes you a while, but you are able to find a couple handfuls of berries. And while you
Great.
are foraging for that, Marlo, what you got?
I'm actually. So, how clear is this area?
There are 6 or 7 trees on top of this hill with you, and they all kind of like it's a pretty steep slope down. There's a few trees that are up around you guys, and it's pretty sparse.
Okay, but there's not really any flat ground.
You're in the flattest area, about like a 20-foot area that's flat.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna set up the forge, but if there's not room to set up the forge, I'm not gonna set up the forge.
Hello,
There's
are
a-
you?
Second
What-
space about 15 feet down that levels out enough to where you could set up the forge.
Malo, are you trying to do something over there? It looks like you're looking around, so.
Oh, you look a little busy yourself, so I don't really want to bother you.
Well, all right. I'm happy to help if there's anything that you're.
Okay, I'll let you
Okay.
know.
All right.
I'm gonna set up the forge.
All right. What are you working on or making or?
I want to melt down the shitty knife that Nova gave me.
Avachi.
Melted down. Just like, I'm restarting with this piece of shit. This is a
No,
terrible
I'm
design.
melting,
Good
melting
luck.
that down, and the 2 dwarven swords that we picked up earlier, or at least one of those, and I'm just gonna forge a new knife
Cool.
for Abe.
Abe just over here, like, I want to be part of the smithing. That's fine. I'll just read my book.
Listen, if you let her in on the experiment, maybe she would have let you.
I tried. To be fair, he tried.
Okay, cool. You being proficient and in a very good setting of this area, are you taking like the rest of the night to work on this? Then you don't have to roll for it. You are in a good setting and you're proficient with the tools. It is done.
How
I
loud is
literally
it?
imagine just like the ting noise.
Yeah.
It's-
I was
Echoing
about to
from, like,
ask, like, how
setting
loud
trauma.
is that?
Where
It's
where is the
kind of-
old Ting TM from the cave to give us all trauma?
Yeah, we need the atmosphere. Aw.
No,
You
thanks,
know
I'm
he's
good.
going to find it now.
Don't fucking dare, Case. No,
You
no.
encouraged it.
I absolutely encourage this. I need the ambiance.
I
Oh
don't.
no.
I don't want the ting, ting. I'm good, thanks.
As the rest.
What is that noise?
That's a forge.
That's
That's
the
like
Forge of
Okay.
flamin'. Throws out a lot of heat, which is toasty.
sounds nice.
Abe. Oh, finally, a place to sleep.
Goes into the coals, nestles in.
There you
Abe.
go.
Yeah.
I'll do it for just a little bit.
Just long enough to make a small knife.
About 3 hours.
I mean, a
yeah.
normal knife, like a knife you fight with.
Yeah.
Oh,
About-
okay, cool.
It's only
Yeah.
about like a
What-
2-3 hour adventure.
Cool.
And Val, what you working on?
Duration.
So I'm going to go and talk to Nova, because it's about time.
So right now, Nova is hearing all of the tink, tink, tinging, and it is giving her a little bit of a headache. So she actually was gonna go snip some pine needles to make herself a little headache tea. So you can either meet her there or after she's
Yeah,
collected enough.
she'll go ahead and find you wherever you are.
Cool.
And
I'm
just
just-
kind of walk over.
Grabbing some pine needles with my little like alchemical scissors, and I'm
Do
putting
you
them
need
in.
some assistance?
Oh yeah, grab however many you want. We're making some tea.
Val just kind of just like rips.
Oh gosh. All right, cool. You've probably got so much sap on your hands, but it's fine.
She
Like,
just like reaches up, grabs the pine needles, just and rips them off, and she just goes.
I'm gonna like
Yeah.
hold out my little vial and see if she can like put them in there because her hand is probably covered in sap.
Oh, yeah, she's kind of.
Doesn't come off. At first, it's kind of stuck.
She like opens her hand and then she takes her other hand and she's like peeling them off one by one and just dropping them into the vial. Just-
Perfect. All right, great. I need to go set up my tent, so let's go over there.
Okay, yeah. Val's just following Nova. She wants to talk to her when she's ready, but she's not gonna
Cool.
be like, talk to me.
So yeah, she's gonna set up her tent, and if Val wants to help, that's awesome.
Yeah, Val will help. She's
Um,
proficient in tent setting. I
excellent.
suppose. Yes.
And Nova will cast her Vitalis Boudoir.
Nova
Open
really,
up the door and motion to Val to enter.
It's
Val
less
kind
of
of
like tent setting and like Nova kind of like sprays it all on the ground, and then you see her under a spell, and it lifts the tent up, and it's already
Yeah.
Yeah, Val
done.
just kind of like ducks into the tent and just like steps inside and like stands at the entrance and waits to be invited further.
And yeah, Nova follows in after and grabs her usual seat. Conjures up an unseen servant. She's like using up the rest of her spell. She's like,
So
look, it was a
bougie.
light day, like making some tea. Got a little bit of a headache. She's gonna cast her shadow ink cantrip. She's gonna start writing a little bit. And wait for and like motion again to the seat. And
Yeah,
let
Val
Val.
sits down at the seat and just kind of like very, very like all the way like pin straight, like at it, like just completely sitting straight up, and
up,
like
babe?
kind of like shifting around because her armor is really bulky, and she's just like takes a second to like.
You can doff
her-
some of that, you know.
her-
Like not
her
all of
cape.
it, please. Like just whatever
She's
makes
like
you
kind of
comfortable.
like straightens out her cape a little bit and like, you know, like when you sit down, you're like fiddling with like, because she's got like that long tabard thing. She just kind of straightens it out and she's like chilling. So
What were you
wanna-
gonna say, Steve?
I just want to know, does your unseen butler have a name?
Oh, No, but now if Abe ever brought that up, she'd feel kind of bad that she's never named it, because she did name her cleaning cube. And you know what? Now to think about it, probably should clean the tent at some point. Later.
Abe will have to bring it up at some point with our apps.
But no, it's just a good old little butler who like wobbles little tea.
Does he give Val tea?
Yeah, it's some of the pine needle tea. So
Okay,
if you've
okay.
got a headache or something, like it'll probably just make it feel just a little bit better. It
No,
helps,
she feels fine, but she just sips it anyway.
right?
She's like tea.
She doesn't do the
Nice.
Val.
It's earthy.
Chugs it.
And
Just shoots it like it's a fucking shot.
Smashes glass on ground. Another.
He's a little bit more refined than that, okay?
she knows her tea drinkings. We've had this
Yeah.
chitter chatter before. And Nova's actually, so she's just gonna like, she's not gonna prompt Val for a conversation, but she's just gonna kind of like do that really annoying professor thing where she's like opened up a book and she's like already starting her like prep for her experiments and just writing. Just looks up at Val occasionally and writes back down. Just waits for her to say anything. Just totally content being quiet.
Oh god.
Good.
Oh god. Alright, so she just like puts her tea down on the table with like a little clink awkwardly, and she just kind of like adjusts it on the table. She's just like and she's like so I have made the realization that I have messed up, and I wanted to. God damn it! How do you think you did it yourself?
I'm
Steve-
sorry, guys. For all the
Steven-
context, we do have a chat, and Steve very much was just like, Nova be like, how do you think you did on the assignment?
Come on, Steve. Come on, Steve.
So I just thought we'd all know
Oh,
that little...
no.
we just couldn't
Oh.
contain it.
My organic chemistry days.
Ooh, there's like flashbacks
About
there.
to go into it, and then I just see it go ping, and I look over, and I'm like, fucking hell.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All of us kind of grimace with that one.
Alright, sorry.
Alright.
So I realize that I messed up, and I wanted to apologize, but I didn't want to do so until you were ready to talk.
And she looks at you and she goes, apologize for what?
Well, there seems to have been a, not a miscommunication or anything. It's just you told me something in confidence, and I, in my effort or my desire to be helpful, divulged some information that might have been sensitive.
That was
and
not yours.
I wanted to explain myself.
I would appreciate an explanation. I will be candid with you. I am not pleased.
I didn't figure you were.
And she's like smiling, that like mildly like,
So, the reason I was so willing to talk about the labs is because I already knew about them before you told me. So, in a sense, it was information that I had already had, and information that, in my mind, was mine to divulge, and I completely, like, all I could think about was helping everyone, and I did not make the proper call on discretion. And for that, I apologize. And I wanted to explain a little bit more about why I know, if that would help.
Sure, let's start with that first.
So I've already mentioned to you that I am from Lucidios and I work with one of the families in Lucidios. I work for the family in Lucidios that runs that lab.
Which faction?
These are their factions.
There's royal families.
Oh yeah, so the specific family that runs that specific lab in that city. Oh, you want a name? Shit. Okay. I can give you a name.
I like to imagine that
Val's like, oh, you want to know?
Val just like, oh, you know, the specific family that runs. Oh, you want a name?
Oh,
All right, let me pull it up. Hold on.
it's okay. Sips tea.
Hold up.
Resumes writing.
Let me pull up my notes so I can look at what family I work for.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I work for the Charmant family.
Hey Michael, do I know this name?
Yes.
They're your mortal enemies.
I hate them.
There's a blood feud that's been going on for 30 years.
The worst.
Also, more comments. Val really learning how to apologize during this trip.
It's precious.
You know that it is. You don't know much about the Charmin family. You.
Do I know which projects they fund?
Yes, you know that. Yeah, I don't know if you want me to say that out here
Yeah,
or
go for it.
Yeah,
It's only
you
some
know,
of them.
Yeah, you know that they fund the projects for defense items from the Pyrology Lab, specifically defense against fire, elemental plane happening things like there's like a well-known like connection between the fire plane and Lucidios, between those who are like more educated on the arcane stuff, and that they deal more with like arms and stuff like that, or fund the arms. You do know one individual that also works with the Sharp family.
Is it a certain Azer?
No.
Okay. So I still am under the impression that I cannot trust whether or not she actually knows the Azer, or
Correct.
if she's just part of a family who is familiar with the Fire Lab.
You're not sure? You can ask.
Okay, cool. I'm actually going to keep a poker face and go, okay, go on. And how much do you know of the labs? Like, for example, do you even know our name?
But I know that information, Case.
No, their name? What?
Yeah, do they have a name?
They just call them like the Fire Lab or Pyro Lab. You go with whatever they colloquially call it. Pyro
Yeah,
Lab,
I mean,
which
it's
is what they say.
colloquially called like the Fire Lab, the Pyro Lab, the Pyrology Lab, it doesn't have like a name.
No acronyms or anything?
No acronyms or anything, Case?
No.
No.
Okay.
No acronyms or anything.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you telling me. There are several projects one of which I am familiar with your family funding or particularly owning, that we work on. I am still upset because there is more behind the work that I do that is not to be shared, and especially not to be just casually tossed out to individuals that we've met under a week.
That was not my intention. My sole intention was to aid our mission in any way possible. It was not my intention to involve your private matters in that.
I would just ask that you take a little bit more care with information that may have more effect than what is currently the most obvious path forward.
All right. That's not a
But
problem.
thank you. No harm is done. I appreciate you coming and speaking about this.
Of course.
You're good.
I'm an open book, as always. If there's anything you need to know or have any questions about, feel free to ask.
I'll be honest, I'm still a little nervous about the party that we're with. But that is just something that I trust with you and haven't yet had an opportunity to discuss with others because no one else has sought out this kind of conversation.
I tend to find that trust is a two-way street. The more you put out, the more others also feel willing to put out into the universe, I suppose. So whatever you are comfortable with giving to our new compatriots, they will also sense that and feel comfortable in that same vein. Which is why I was trying to be so honest with everyone, if that makes sense. I'm not the best at these kind of things, but I do try to be a trustworthy person, and I find that, well, one, I can't do that if I don't keep promises. And she kind of gestures to Nova, to my friends.
You really did a great job sharing with the party, and I'm sorry that it fell in the way that it did.
I understand that not everyone understands quite what I'm going through, and it's fine. As long as they are aware of that information and integrate it into their hierarchy of needs as they will, I will continue to do what I need to do. But now that I have made it clear what I need to do to everyone, they will understand my actions in the future.
Nova kind of, she was holding her pen, and she actually kind of puts it down into the inkwell. And she clasps her hands and then unclasps them. And she looks at Val, almost like a worried but a curious look. And she asks her, have you ever thought about what would happen if you don't find a cure?
Well, I presume that I will meet one maker or the other a little bit more expedited than I intended.
And what are your thoughts on death, mortality? Is it something you're ready to face?
I fear not what will happen to me, but more what will happen to those that I care about.
So do you. And she starts to, you notice that she almost has like a switch from like emotional trying to connect to more of
Oh God.
scholar, like
yeah.
philosophy.
You read that?
You view life through the connections and the value and satisfaction that you hold with those you love and those you care about. So what does that mean for life for you versus death? Is it an absence of those connections? What is that concept to you?
Death comes for us all, and if it is my time to go, then it is my time to go. It is not for me to decide. As you are aware, my deity is one of the battlefield, and with battle, death comes hand in hand with life. But I suppose a life well lived is one where you serve your purpose, whatever that may be. And my purpose here, well, still trying to figure that out, but I like to think that it is to leave everything better than I found it.
Do you believe your purpose is destined or something that you seek out?
I feel like there is a plan and a purpose, but it is not preordained. There's still choices that I have to make, and that will drive what happens.
Okay. Well, we'll see. And she picks up her pen and she starts writing again. Thank you again for coming by to talk.
Of course. And if I have any more existential thoughts about dying, I will let you know.
Hey, Val.
Mm.
This conversation is something that it's confidential, yes, always. But it's one that I've had many a time with my mentor, and often helps us to face some of the more terrifying moments that we may come across in our life. And it's one that is a constant thought to have in the back of your mind, to understand what life and mortality may mean to you.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that with me. I have come to accept fear. Being brave isn't the absence of fear, it is what you do in spite of it.
Can I insight check her? See if she's still, like, how afraid she is.
No, it was like,
in
you talking
general.
shit?
Like, bravery, fear.
Sure.
Okay. It was an 18. Is it a perception check, technically, for insight?
Insight. It's your wisdom,
Oh.
unless you're proficient in it.
Oh, it literally is insight.
Yeah.
It is a 23.
I mean, like, yeah, she said straight up that she was afraid, but, like, just because she's afraid, it doesn't mean that she's going to back down from any challenges that come up. Like, she is afraid of dying, and she doesn't want to die, but she's not gonna let fear paralyze her.
Fucking faux mentality. Love it.
You know it.
Nova's
There
gonna
it is.
look at her before, like, returning back to her stuff and says, I think you have a lot more to do in this world. Just come to me if you start thinking about this again.
Of course.
It's good to have a conversation.
It is always lovely to converse with you. And Val's going to give like a very slight bow and then exit.
Little nod. She's gonna keep drinking and writing.
You turn
I
around
want
as
to
you
know what lab
turn
is.
and
I
your
want you to show
Show me.
your shoulder bumps in to and you see the scatter of berries all over the ground as you bump into Zeke.
There they all. There go all the.
Oh.
Oh.
Do you need assistance, Ezekiel?
Oh, well, the bear is the one in my hand. Yeah, that would be mighty lovely if you'd help me pick up these berries.
Okay. I mean, they are from the forest, so I suppose a little bit of dirt won't hurt them. Or
Yeah, I was
affect
just
their
about
flavor. She's like scooping them up.
I was like, oh, that's a lot of dirt with it. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for helping me with that. I was walking too close to that tent. I gotta say, it was just anyone can come out. Anyone. Thank you for those. Yeah. Yep. And then like one goes off the edge. So I was like, wait, hold. I'm like trying to figure out how to like get it off the ground while also holding them now like this with a considerable amount of dirt. And so I'll like try and like kind of nudge one off the ground. There we go. Okay. So speaking of, I was gonna add these while we're cooking. I'm pretty sure they're safe to eat. Actually, so hadn't been in this part of the woods before, but these look edible to you?
Val takes one, looks at it. Does it look edible?
It doesn't look wildly colorful, like the non-edible ones.
She just popped it in her mouth.
Are you feeling any sensations of dying quicker than usual, by any chance?
Ezekiel, I am already dying.
Yeah, faster now that you ate the berry.
No.
I'll have one as well. I'll like. Yeah. Anyways, so, I'll set up the tent as I would normally use it. And I assumed that you would want to make use of it again this evening. Is that correct?
Are you offering me your tent again, Ezekiel?
Yeah. I'll put pine needles in it because it was on the cold stone and everything, like how I normally use it. So I figured that if you wanted to, I would just hang out in the wagon with Abe again. That
Do you
would
have
be.
a particular fondness for sleeping with your brother?
No, actually, to be honest, he kind of like cause he stays up all night, as you know. He kind of makes these little like steadying noises, like little page turns and clinks little things and like does little tests and stuff and like he even murmurs to himself every once in a while. Not too often, He's not like that, but every once in a while he is. And it's comforting sometimes because it's like if things get real tough, like he always was like there making those noises right when we were like hiding out, and so I would like know that like if he's still making noises then no one's around, but like if it's real quiet that means we're being quiet. But like on this kind of trip I'd sleep just wherever, usually most nights, especially like in inns. I like to get a room, hang out in the room, maybe kick Vinny a little bit. He sometimes is there, sometimes he's not. And I'll take a nice nap on like a mattress. Oh my god. Do you know how hard mattresses are to come by in some places? They just don't have them. And you just gotta sleep wherever you got, and it's not pleasant at all. But like, tent, right.
Is there a particular reason that you are so keen on not using your own tent?
Yeah, because you would have to sleep outside or in a bedroom. Just something not as nice, and I don't think anyone. I don't know. it's like, why are you asking so many questions about a gift? It's just you can hang out in
I
the
was
tent.
under the impression that you and your brother do not give gifts.
Normally, no, but we're branching out, if you will.
Oh, so you're practicing your gift giving.
No, that makes it sound all like I wouldn't give a gift like I wouldn't offer the same gift to, I mean, Nova doesn't need it, but also I wouldn't I might actually, but like the point is, being like considerate a bit, I guess, and I added pod needles, and I wasn't hoping it was gonna get real complicated. I'd just be like, here, use the tent, and you'd be like, thanks, and then it would be, and then maybe you'd tell me about, like, it wasn't gonna be complicated. Is the point I'm
Oh.
getting at?
I can make things uncomplicated. Thank you for the tent again, Ezekiel.
Yeah. You can also talk about the tent. Like, what I'm saying
What
is,
would you like me to say about the tent? You don't like it when I ask you questions, but you still want me to talk about the tent?
why don't you tell me about how you normally used to sleep on the road, or something like that. If you want to continue, I can just go cook some berries.
Well, usually I'm on the road. Well, I guess while I was traveling up by myself, I would just sleep under the stars in my bedroll. But when I was with my company, we would all have rather large tents.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, fascinating. The company have a lot of folks in it.
Well, it was an army, so yes.
Ooh, an army. What were you conquering? Or was it
Well-
defensive? I don't mean to presume. It could have been.
There was an incursion of fire elementals a while back. That's how
Oh.
I get this.
Oh. Fire elementals. Have I seen a fire elemental?
No.
Cool. Well, I hear those are nasty folks, but at least you're kind of resistant to fire, right?
Like,
Oh, you would. That's right. Horribly maimed by the elementals. That's correct. I don't mean to bring up any bad memories or nothing. But man, yeah, having to share space with so many people. That makes sense why you don't have a tent though, because they don't issue, I guess, give you tents for just one person. It's for a whole bunch of.
yes, they used up their whole budget on the armor.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure how to ask this, but were you like relieved of duty because you're dying from the wounds or all? Like when we're done with your getting your wound fixed, are you headed back to your army? Like, I'm like, are you under orders or anything, or is this just like freelance whatever?
I was given a special exception to go in search of a cure, yes.
Oh, okay, cool. And after that, back to war or whatever it is. I
Well,
assume
there's
that's
no
that's good.
wars currently going on, Ezekiel.
Oh.
There are just standing armies and slight skirmishes here or there. We haven't had war in over 400 years.
Wow, yeah, that's what I heard. Everything's been real peaceful, real comfortable and chill. It's been an awful time, honestly, for business. But that makes sense. I'm really glad to hear how peaceful everything's been. That's good. You know, that is exactly what I was looking for. That's very interesting to know about. So, you know what? I'm gonna go make some berries now, and add them to whatever someone else is cooking. I'll bet they'll be delicious. But yeah, the whole point is there's a tent over there, so feel free to use it. Just let me know. I'll move my stuff back
Is
over
this
to the
going
wagon.
to be a reoccurring arrangement?
I hadn't decided yet, but probably. You don't have a tent, so like, there you go.
Will it make you feel better if I use your tent?
I don't. Yeah, it would make me feel better if you use my tent. Make sure everyone's warm and comfortable in the group and everything. That would be nice. Um, yep.
I'll look over to the campfire. Is anybody cooking anything?
Um,
Cereal.
Zariel probably, yeah. Zariel and like Jadar is like handing him like small little like chunks, like bits of meat that he's like putting one at a time on a pan. It sizzles and he takes it off. He gives it to Jadar. They were like pieces of beef jerky. But you've been
Cool.
hearing this like repetitive tss, tss, and that's it.
Well,
Great.
Let us go give your gathered ingredients to Zerial, and Val's just gonna kind of just gesture over to the fire and kind of turn over and start walking over.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and dump the little pile of dirt with berries in it next to the fire and pick the berries out to hand to
Alright.
Zerial.
Sounds good. Is there?
I'm gonna rinse them off with some snow too. Produce flame, snow, rinse off the berries.
Easy, yeah. You have clean berries, yes. There are
Good.
an assortment of different kinds.
Yep.
Did you have something, Nina? Oh wait, sorry, wait.
I don't know. Whoever's in order. I was
I'm
just
cool with waiting.
cool. I what? I was just gonna also try to do more tinkering on my gauntlet, but not too much. I still want to like prep my like experiment notes and stuff for
Yes.
tomorrow. But like I do want to do some late night tinkering. Not super late, but
Anything
yeah.
specific?
again on my gauntlet because I'm a little frustrated that it's been changing colors, and I'm starting to keep like a log of when it's happened.
Okay.
See if I can remember. But
Yeah. You can spend the rest of the night and take a 10 on a Arcana check if you want to do that, or you can.
oh no, I'll roll it.
You wanna roll. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because I got an 18. So, 27.
27. Hasn't changed off of magenta.
Okay.
But as you peer into it and fiddle with it a little bit more, you're able to channel in some of your energy, and it takes a spell slot to do it, to kind of activate your apparatus and be able to kind of like almost function some kind of movement out of it to try to get a reaction out of it. When you do, you see like a miniature, almost gyroscopic form that Perry is kind of pop up a little bit around the orb that you kind of focus it in on, and you're able to assess that it is kind of a waypoint. After that, and with enough time, you're able to kind of ascertain that like this is kind of like a tracker, to let you know like what pool color corresponds to the location of the lab that you missed out on.
No. Okay.
Right
Cool.
now, pandemonium.
Oh man. Okay, so she's gonna start. Was it gold before? And then it turned to magenta?
It was gold. Then it was sapphire.
Okay.
Then it was magenta.
Okay, cool. So she's gonna write down, it was the Golden Slopes before, right?
Gold slopes, which you know is
Yeah.
a place.
So
around
she's gonna
this-
pull open her map of Arthonia, and she's gonna circle the Golden Slopes and put next to it gold. And then in the top right, she's going to write the other colors that she's missed. And just keep those in like up in the corner because she doesn't know what locations they are yet. And then she's going to encrypt that map and put it away.
Okay, sounds good. You know, the first color, whenever it showed up on your band, was silver.
Okay, cool.
And as they
So I'm gonna-
left, it turned to a different color.
Gotcha. So, when we first saw the spinning orb, it was in between Orincast and Orlais, right? It was
Yes.
in the mountains? Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to shade that area silver then.
Okay. Cool.
Cool.
So, Abe, what you got?
So, two things. First, secret thing I sent to you in PMs. And then second, as soon as everyone else seems to be dispersed and busy, I want to go making sure no one sees me back to the wagon. And I want to close the wagon on both sides. And then light up a couple little candles. And I want to sit down next to the tree. And you can let me know if this is okay to do the secret thing.
Have you named your tree yet? Since you
Uh,
called me out for not naming my servant?
He hasn't been awoken yet. I feel like that's when.
Oh,
he
he's
gets his
awoken
name.
if he's growing.
I don't know. We'll see. That's why I need to talk to him.
Is it a sentience thing? Are unseen servants technically sentient?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can name your plants too, but
Yeah.
like it's a different vibe when you name your plant versus when you name your ent.
Oh, that's valid.
Yeah.
That's valid. A sentient ent.
He's sentient.
Oh my
Done. That's his
God.
name.
It's Sen. So
He's Sen,
Sen,
the ent,
yeah.
because he's sentient.
Oh.
Okay, sure. Yeah. No. You can't. You do not have powdered diamond dust worth 50 gold pieces.
Unless you steal a certain one from Zerial.
You'd have to
Cool.
Good
powder
fucking
it,
luck.
which
Luck.
is you cannot do with what you have.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless
So
you
I'll
like
have to s-
put it between a rock and then the hatchet, and then you just like let it like crash.
Have Nova just like dooka 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 in her arm.
Okay, I will have to acquire that then. Cool. I'm gonna close both sides. I'm gonna light up the candles, and I'm gonna sit down in the quiet. And he's hiding not because he thinks this is dangerous, but because he's very embarrassed about what he's about to try to do. And he's just gonna sort of like gently place one hand on the tree and be like, well, hey there. My name's Abraham. I planted you a little while ago. There's also this gal Nova. She helped with the soil situation and whatnot. I was just wondering if you were like, how you been? So nice pot.
I'm sorry, did I miss you? Did you cast a spell?
Nope. He's
Okay.
just
Okay.
attempting.
Okay.
He has
Um,
no spell that would really make sense for helping with this.
Okay. You wait 5, 10, 20 seconds, a minute. There's no response.
Cool. Well, maybe you're just not feeling particularly talkative, or maybe you are not like the other tree gentleman, and I'm just looking like an idiot right now. But I just want you to know that I'm here for you, and I'm trying to like help with things. Cool. I'm gonna do one more thing. I promise this isn't weird. And I'm gonna cast Detect Magic on the tree.
Someone said Happy Father's Day, Abe. That was Black Birch. Cast Detect Magic.
Yeah.
You see small, as the clarity comes to your mind, you see these little like leaves that you don't see in like reality, that are kind of hanging off, that offer a kind of conjuration magic, but it's very faint. Beyond that, there's the whole pot gives off like a really bright gold evocation magic.
Sure.
From
Cool. I sort of like try and push forward with magic, but like not fire, and then I'm like, yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna try to get you a bigger pot soon. You're doing great, and I hope we can talk soon. Keep going, and I sort of pat the tree twice.
It's like a voicemail from like a dad that hasn't called in 2 years. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Marlo.
Pat the tree twice, and I'm gonna head out.
Oh, can I be standing there awkwardly, kind of watching this? Because I wanted to give the dagger to Abe. So, like, after I was done, I was heading his way, and I'm just like...
You see Abe, like, puts his hand down and turns around from the tree. Or is walking from the tree.
Okay, so I didn't see any of this.
You didn't see
Well, so here's the thing. I had closed both sides, but I wouldn't know if Nova walked up on the outside. And I feel like she would reasonably be able to hear.
But yes.
Not sorry, Marlo. Yeah.
I mean, if not, then I'll just walk up normally. Sure. Hey.
Oh, pulls the curtains open. Hey, there. I was just...
What color is his shirt?
It was green, and it turned to like an orange.
Hey there, I was just organizing some things, having a chat with...
The tree?
What were you here for?
Yellow.
Oh, well, we were talking the other day, and a big monster came out, the marrow wyvern thing, and well, I got around to, I don't know if you heard, I'm sorry if it was loud, but I got around to forging that knife, so you can,
that's...
you know, protect yourself a little bit better when necessary.
Yeah, no, that's, well, you know, because sometimes I try and cut things, and, you know, the old hands don't work too well for that kind of a thing.
It's just in case, you know, in case somebody gets close and we're not there to help out. So
Yeah, well, you know, usually I'd just incinerating them into a smoking pile of ash, but sometimes you don't want to do that, because sometimes you want to Can I see it? Or
Yeah. And you see, she actually still has like forging gloves on, but she hands it over, and it's a Chris knife. And it has a Pamar Taban patterning to it. And
Cute.
she's kind of just looking down. She's like, well, I didn't really have two same metals, so I figured this is kind of the right way to go because two different metals and it creates a pattern. And I didn't do a specific pattern because this one supposedly gives more energy out into the world. And I mean, I'm not quite good enough to do magic items or forging yet, but I mean, I just
this
think it helps.
and I'll reach forward and pick it up by the blade. This This reminds me of home. And I just slide it away.
A Chris knife.
Yes.
I googled it. And I was like, oh, it's like a sacrifice.
Oh, like a sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
We're all just sitting here watching this.
No,
Eating
Nova's in her
It is
tent.
truly the
Jerky,
flamberge
yes.
of knives.
And then I wanted to ask you something, if that's all right.
That's cool, because I wanted to ask you a thing.
That wasn't ominous at all.
Yeah,
mind-
neither was yours.
I just wanted to ask you something.
I assumed this was a gift.
Okay.
Are we making you want information
No, that's
and then I take the
actually what
knife
I just,
and then
do you mind if we go somewhere a little bit more private?
yeah, that's fine. Can we make it a transaction?
No?
Cool. Love that. And he sheathes the knife like awkwardly into the dress belt of his pants.
I'm just gonna walk a little further away from camp, like looking back every little while to see if he's following.
Yeah, no.
Do I
he's-
notice that
he's
Abe
following.
is moving out of camp?
I think you were in the midst of talking to Val.
That's right.
Mhm.
Very
and, you're like washing berries at this point.
Yeah,
Abe,
great.
however, Abe is just Abe. So as I walk, I'm going to use my Ignite class feature to just singe little spots in the ground where my heels fall as I walk, so that Zeke will know where I went.
Great.
I'm just gonna eye that and be like, okay. And I'm just gonna go a little bit out of earshot, not far, like still visible.
Abe doesn't have to like try to do this. He's just like casually looking, but there's just these singe marks.
No.
Surprise, Marlo just stabs him. Now run!
Go back at like
Go!
the forge area is like out of earshot. It's like right down the way.
Tag, you're it! Stabs.
Marlo's like, I gave him a dagger. He's armed now. It's a fair fight.
Now I can take this giant fucking sword and just smack it. Finally.
Pulls out 7-foot blade. I would like to rage.
She would do that. Just give a knife. Right, so I'll just stop and turn around and be like, listen. There was, what do you want to ask first?
No, you can go first. That's fine.
No, please, I insist. I need I'd prefer to listen right now.
Cool. Well, it's sort of two things that are not even remotely related to each other. The first one would be that I've always thought, as you might have surmised, that flames are hot. And
Yes, flames are hot.
yeah, but that's not what I mean to say. I mean to say that flames are heat. And heat is something that is very interesting to me, personally. Almost always in its destructive capacity for things. But the way in which you and others use heat for a more creative purpose seems to also be a valuable permutation on my sort of arrangement for it. And I had been thinking that there are different ideas I've always kicked around for how things might be made or tried. And, since you're making things and you need heat, and I'm interested in things and I have heat, I thought that I could help forge things.
You're sorry. You're interested in forging?
Well, yeah, plus, I don't know if you've ever, and I'm just gonna spark up like the hottest hot fire I can in my hand. I don't know if you've ever forged something in Hellfire, but it's fun.
I haven't, but I assume that I would be absolutely delighted if you would like to try different heats and flames and forging
Cool.
techniques. Because I mean, like you said, fire can be used for like amazing things and creation and rebirth and yes, and also destruction, but also forging. And yes, I would
Yeah.
love it.
Cool. So I just, in case you were interested, I'd kind of written this out, and it's literally just this short thing that basically says, in exchange for Abe attempting to help with forging by creating fire and heat for use in the design process, he'll be able to observe Marlowe in working on things and work to help create them as well.
As opposed to Abe putting on blinders and just standing there as a furnace.
Because that's exactly what
Or
he would
crawling
do.
up into the tree with binoculars
Yeah.
and going, "Oh, interesting."
Yeah.
Into his tree. I need to be
Yeah,
more
mhm,
specific.
mhm.
His tree.
Yeah.
You actually see Marlowe's face drop a little bit, and she kind of just
I can, of course, change any of the terms if you're uncomfortable with anything.
I mean, I would like a little bit of a change, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Let me just scratch here, section 3, addendums, add additional clause words.
Can I
Okay,
use
yeah.
produce flame to destroy the entire thing? And be like, I would prefer if there are no terms.
That's, those do take a little while to write. Sorry, what?
This actually has to do with what I wanted to talk to you about. When a couple of weeks back, when I was doing the rhyming thing because
Yeah.
Sparky, boom, magic, storm of improbabilities. You offered to help me because you thought something might be wrong, and I denied that help. And I'm not asking for help, but I like Dalmung and I like where I am. But my question was, when you offered back then, were you expecting anything in return?
No. I just figured that you might have gotten into something that was more than you expected, and that's something that happens to people sometimes, and kind of what I've developed the majority of my, and he sort of gestures to the suit, skill set to fix.
Cool. Good. I was just wondering if maybe we could continue that sort of relationship where we don't expect things in return for doing something for one another. I'm completely honest. I'm not entirely comfortable with the idea of contracts, and I'm not entirely comfortable with the idea that if you want to do something for me, I owe you, or vice versa. If I want to do something for you, it's just because I want to do it. And yeah, if I don't know when you started expecting things in return for everything, or if that's how you always were, but that moment is something that I would like to return to in our comradeship.
And Abe sort of looks serious, and you see this, like, generally Abe presents himself very specifically and slows, like, he cadences his words and takes time choosing exactly the words he's gonna use. And you see he sort of goes, well, Marlo, everywhere I've ever been, when people just do things for each other, eventually somebody winds up owing something. Somebody who uses that for much more than they ever would have expected that they owed. And it's not that I resent helping people. It's that people should be right to fear debts without the details of a contract. And I'm in deep enough with the debts I have that I worry about spreading them on to other people. Or worse, taking on enough more of them that I can't dig my brother and I out from under the ones we gotta handle now.
I grew up where people just kind of used people for favors and alliances and things, and I kind of left to not be in that social circle. And I don't want that to be something that defines me when I'm out in the world and traveling. I don't want you to think that I expect anything of you that you are not willing to offer just because you want to offer it. And I would not expect you to think the same of, you know what? Hold on, wait a second. I'm gonna crouch on the ground, grab my monster manual, and immediately start scribbling things. And then I'm gonna tear the page out. And I'm gonna be like, do you mind turning around for a second?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Cool, awesome. And I'm gonna
He's
put on his
very uncomfortably. Yeah, he's like.
Ooh, I'm waiting for the stab.
I'm gonna sign.
Yeah, he's like he's literally he turns around and he is waiting to be stabbed.
This is about right. Yep. All right.
He's like, all right, yeah, this is kind of how I figured the
It's
direction.
not super poetic of you, but
With my giant.
Like, all right, she's gonna stab me. I'm gonna light on fire. This is gonna be real unpleasant.
And I'm just gonna write something And then I'm gonna walk around and I'm gonna say, I am uncomfortable with contracts, but you're uncomfortable with doing things without knowing what the debt is. So I think this might be a good middle ground. And I'm gonna hand you a paper, and it's a hastily written contract. And what it says is Marlo, it'll be my full name on it, does not expect any returns from favors that she gives Zeke or anything she helps with, and has the right to decide what to help him with. And underneath it, it says the same thing about Abe.
You want to
Not
say
him.
that full name?
No, I don't.
Fine.
I'll send it to Abe.
Dang it. I
Great.
want Marlowe drop.
Damn it, when are we gonna get a Marlowe lore drop?
Don't get no more
did.
Lord drop.
You
It was
did.
huge.
It's just
Thanks.
Belmont.
He'll sort of look it over, and he just because he literally can't help himself, he does a couple of quick, like, you know, and a favor shall be defined as anything which someone calls a favor, and like literally just puts in a couple of like clarifications, and he goes, that yeah, yeah, oh, and he signs his name, and he'll sign his full name, and then
With the pen?
yep, yeah. So
Yeah,
he
okay.
takes, you see, he pulls out his quill, and he takes the quill and he puts it between his teeth, and he snaps the end off so it's sharp, and then he stabs his thumb, and he turns it around and he signs his name on the paper.
I'll put my hand out and be like, do I have to make official that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Marlo, think in your mind, the answer was supposed to be no. The answer was supposed to be no.
Kitten. Life is like
And she'll
a
just-
hurricane.
Literally just stab into her hand and be like,
Uh-huh.
sorry. And underneath her other signature, she'll sign again.
And I will take it, and I will. You see him open his book, and he just thumbs
doing
through
I thought you
past
said
pages
you were
and
done
pages.
signing.
What
He
did that one say?
I said, I thought you said you were done signing.
It was.
He thumbs through past pages and pages and pages of runes, and then in the very back, it just gets to blank pages, and he keeps going to the very back of the book. Is there anything on the last page of the book? I've never asked.
Last page of the book is Zeke's contract.
That's what I thought. So you see him open up, and you see this line of paper with different runes, and then at the bottom you see very clearly Abe and Zeke's names signed. No?
Zeke's
Okay.
contract is different than yours.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's a copy
You're right.
of Zeke's contract. It's a very, like, obviously different kind of paper.
Yeah, you're right. So you see a weird piece of paper in the back that's like a unique contract. And I'll turn that one, and I'll put this one in next to that one. And so there's this little line of orange light that like is like a flame as it seals into the book.
I'm just gonna like in my head speak to Belmung and be like, I really hope that wasn't a mistake.
Too late now.
Yeah, so
You could kill him.
Marlo just like yeets Belmung to the side.
You just hear laughing as it tosses down the cliff.
you that people are awful careless with things. I guess they always come back. Seems weird to me.
Yeah, no, he was being a snarky jerk.
Yeah.
So it's fine. He'll be back.
Cool. Well, that's nice. convenient. So do you need help?
Right now?
Just
No,
in
but I would-
general with
Oh, if I do, I'll let you know.
Okay,
Um,
yeah, no, cool.
But I would rather not muddle the situation any further when Val is in a state where
Yeah.
she needs this much help.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
But I would love, yeah.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was gonna say I'd love to forge some swords with you with your hellfire and make cool stuff.
That'd be great. That sounds fun. Yeah, we can do that. We should probably be heading back.
Yeah, you said you had another question. Is that something to...
Cool. No, we can talk about that later. Yeah, we can discuss that one later. And right as they start to walk off, Abe is gonna just sort of stop abruptly for a moment, and he's just gonna say, "I know it might not seem much like it, Marlo, but I don't like contracts either."
Marlo's gonna
Matter
look
of fact,
back.
I kind of hate him, and I'm just gonna walk.
Okay. As he walks by, I'm just gonna say, thank you for not expecting anything in return.
Yep.
And I'll wait awkwardly until he settles. And then I will also return.
Awesome. As the night comes to a close, what?
And then I make some tea.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, tea. Good.
Tea is out. What kind of tea are you doing?
Whatever the tea that I got from Shiloh.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
I come back to.
None of you who drinks the tea can sleep for like 2 hours because it's very caffeinated.
Amazing.
All of
It's
us
the
just
tea that
staring
was-
into the fire.
It's the tea that was keeping Shiloh up.
Val just
Ow.
like vibrating. I want to fight somebody. What's up? Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's just spar.
Her armor is
Who
just
wants
like
to throw catch with the
clanking.
hatchet?
Like somebody let me throw this axe at you.
I'm just gonna be like, Valron, does this count as chaos? Because this feels like chaos. Oh, in my veins.
Abe comes back and the tree has like Charlotte's Web style with the leaves been like, hi.
Night comes to a close and everybody's able to get enough rest in eventually. Morning returns. You are unbothered on this precipice, especially with the fire that's being kept up. There are some local sounds of some wildlife that are easily scared off by a stray firebolt from Abe. But it was like just a wandering black bear that was just like, oh, wrong place, got you. And then just like,
I could just picture Abe like doing his thing and then just like really quickly go ah! and just shooting out. And it goes
Yeah,
in
no,
and
it's
like,
very much
cool,
just
cool,
like
cool.
roaring sound from the woods, just the gut reaction of like flames.
For the last day, I need 1, 2, 3,
Not me.
Never.
Never again.
Never.
But I rolled it and it came out as Gobi, so it's okay. It could be.
No, I meant Val never.
Oh, okay. I thought you said not you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want me rolling d20s ever again for some reason. I can't imagine why.
Oh,
Can't imagine.
Puts the Merlin chaos die away.
So
13. Is that what you put? Yeah, 13. Okay, cool. The day is clear. If there's anything in particular that you want to do until you figure you're about, you'll get to Colkirk at the evening, and we can jump to that if you want. We can say like y'all do y'all's idle research.
Can I?
reading.
Yeah.
Can I
I have-
pot the the ghoul root into the old pot of the tree with some Palor soil. I'm doing my first transfer of that ghoul root from the soil it was in into Palor soil.
Yes. Yeah. Are you proficient with herbalist tools?
I don't think so. No, just alchemist supplies.
Then I need a roll to make sure that it is done precisely. Survival check.
Okay. 10.
Easy. Yeah. You're good. You
Good,
don't.
good.
It's very fragile, is why. And so, but
Gotcha.
as soon as you put it in there, the color was kind of fading from it a little bit, as it's not as cold and like it has seen a little bit of sunlight, which it's not supposed to be seeing too much sunlight. But it's kind of like a paradoxical thing where like now, since it's in this stuff, as soon as the soil hits sunlight, it's like, oh, I'm happy. Yeah. So
Happy.
you already see the little bud starting to come out
Oh, sweet.
of the sun.
Solid. Did not
after
notice the buds before.
the end of
So
the
yeah,
burn.
I'm gonna start writing that down, and I'm gonna point it over to Abe and Zeke. Let them also take a look at it too.
Oh, this.
Oh, good
This is
morning.
real good. I had a bunch of ideas for ways that this might be able to be useful to us. And speaking of which, I also had. I want to talk to you about the tree, and I hadn't gotten your opinion on the notes for this, because you saw my notes on the nullifying agent and the sort of like it allows energy to flow through it, but it also is almost like grease. It just sort of speeds things up.
It seemed almost like a jelly that can enhance a reaction or also nullify one, which was pretty interesting. I thought that was
Yeah.
a really cool. I would love to replicate it. I don't really know any. Hear Nova start to mutter as she like starts to pull out her alchemy supplies because she
Yeah, well, I've
forgot that you said that.
Yeah, well, I've got in here. Oh yeah. You see, I left it in this sealed ampule because I haven't been able to tell what the pressure or if there's anything going on inside there. So I just made sure we replicated the internal environment across. But I don't.
Probably cryopreserve it and then shave off little slices and put them onto a microscope slide, be able to understand the mechanisms and test each slide almost as if like we get several samples. But who would we be able to get ice from, and who could we get?
I can do that.
Yep.
And I just make ice.
Can you put the test tube or the sample into the ice? And well, before you do that, we
could
need
do
to
that.
make sure we can like get some shaved.
Also, it kind of needs to be colder than that. I was thinking we'd make like a container, and then we'd lower the pressure inside.
Almost like a
Just keep,
vacuum cryopreservation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But
Maybe
Nerd
the
about-
vacuum in like the bag of holding might be enough of a, or is that too expansive?
I've never actually
Press
gotten
it?
to mess around with one of them, the bags of holding. I heard that they have like a space inside that's like, but I don't know if it's just like an area that you can go into.
I
or-
mean, Zerial has mine.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, we got, of course, Val's thing with the diet. and
Zeke
whatnot
leaning on the
to
tent. Speaking of which,
handle.
Val's thing with the dying. Really?
So I was just gonna say that maybe we could go and then like try and make as much progress on that as we can. But I got all these things that we need to work on, and I was also thinking that like I want to purchase like another wagon, and then assuming that people are fine with it, because the tree is kind of taking up the tree, and I've had it, is taking up quite a bit of space here now. So I was thinking that maybe it could have like its own wagon to sort of be in, and then we could take just a little bit of space back here and like set up maybe some nicer tools and equipment for doing experiments and whatnot. But we can leave all that till after we've helped Val some. But I just want to let you know I want to do all these experiments and whatnot.
Tell you what, All of these are going to be really interesting, and I think you should probably prepare some level of presentation. I think I know some people in Aldenair who might be interested in seeing it, but you're going to have to convince them first before they may offer you funds for a wagon.
I'm not sure if you're aware
If
of
you
what my
need a wagon, we could just purchase one. They're not that expensive, right? How much is a wagon? How much is a wagon?
probably like a
gold.
16th of a
How much?
pauldron.
About 100
But
gold.
we also have to buy
But you gotta get an ox.
animals and feed the animals.
Yeah, an ox is
And-
about 100 gold also to carry the wagon.
What if we
be
connected the second wagon to
200
the
gold for the
existing?
whole thing.
What if we connected the second wagon to the existing wagon, and then maybe got one extra ox and just they'd have to work a tiny bit harder, but not too bad.
Well, I mean, if it's something
Or-
that you need, I wouldn't mind helping you get that.
Abe, there
Oh,
might
really?
be an arboretum in Aldenair.
There are places in
tree.
Altenair that I'm sure I can help you find a wonderful place for your son.
I don't.
How?
Is
I
it a
don't
son?
think
Weird.
we should. I don't think we should leave the tree behind.
I'm just waiting for a name.
But Also, Abe, trees thrive when they can really settle down their roots. And
So
you
I
won't
was
get
gonna
that
get a
if you
really
keep
big
pulling.
wagon.
Poor Abe. There's one thing I want.
Look, I'm just saying that, that he could, roots can grow in a wagon, is all I'm saying.
We can talk about this another time, Abe, and revisit the subject.
Cool.
We've
cool,
got
cool,
some
cool.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abe, I would love to work on these experiments with you, and I think we've got about maybe how much time do we have, Michael? Until
It's about an 8 to 10 hour, but I'd say 8 to 10 hours before. Oh, wait, you talking about to Aldenair?
Aldenair, yeah, like 3 weeks travel.
No.
We're taking a ferry, so
Y'all taking
Okay.
that speedboat.
We're taking the ferry.
Yeah,
I thought we were gonna go to Siltus instead.
we're going to Colkirk and then taking the ferry boat down, and then
Yeah.
You do
That's the
pass.
fastest
way.
You do pass Siltus, but it's the ferry boat cuts the travel time in half.
Yeah.
So
Because
normally.
Siltus is down on the map.
Yeah,
It's further
Abe,
down on the map.
We can't get you a
Right.
cart because we're gonna be getting on a boat.
Boats are bigger than cots. I'm still not seeing the problem.
Well, I don't. Are we taking the cart with us on the boat?
Were you gonna leave it behind? It's a perfectly good
the
cot.
warp boat can go.
So,
65 miles in a day.
So
I-
Orencast is like here, and then Colkirk is like here.
Yeah.
And we're
Right,
going
but
to
I'm
the
looking
east
at the
to
map.
Colkirk.
I'm looking at the map on stream right
Yeah,
now.
are we going through
You
the
do-
lake?
You do. No, you're gonna go through. Like you're gonna pass Siltus, and then you're gonna go
Oh.
straight south.
Oh,
and
I
then you're
see
gonna
where
go
people are
west.
saying. You said we were going
Yeah.
to Colkirk, but Colkirk is in the top right on this map.
Right.
Right, because that's where the warp
Exactly.
boat is, and the warp boat cuts the travel time down. So
So is there like a
overall,
river
saves
that
for
goes
3 days.
along? Is there like a river that goes along a path
The
down
warp
through
boat.
Siltus?
So we're
So-
going from Colkirk to Hythe to Aldenair?
you're gonna go from Colkirk down the river past Siltus to where that intersection is.
Okay.
And
There's a
then you
river
go
here that I don't see, and I'm
west.
cool with
Watch
that.
it.
The river
I
is
thought it was
Oh.
a road.
light the
Oh.
gray.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
that's
roads
a
are
river.
brown.
I thought
I
that
thought that was a road. Oh
The
my
brown's
god.
the road.
Ta-da!
Ah,
Question.
Light
Brown's
bulbs
the
for the
highways. Yeah.
party.
My question
got
is,
it.
are we putting the cart on the boat?
It can fit
I
on the boat.
don't
It's
think we
a
can-
large
That's
river
what
boat.
you do on
Okay.
ferries.
Yeah.
I
think
live
we
in
can manage.
Florida.
It's a 9-day trip from Colkirk. It's a long time to go through the woods and through the Verdant Lake. There's a lot of bad things on the Verdant Lake, so it's a lot longer of a trip. It was faster to go through the warp boat down the river to Aldenair because that's kind of an expressway that saves about 3 days of travel.
I like that.
But yeah, you're about That's a 6-day. It's just over 6 days from Colkirk to Aldenair. With that, it's a 400-mile journey.
Oh snap! It's only 6 days. Okay.
6 days, and then you will get to Colkirk this evening.
Well, Nova's gonna realize that it's 6 days until she gets back to headquarters, and her eyes get like a little bit wider, and she's like, we've got 6 days to prepare. Okay, I'm gonna go. And she turns around, then she stops, and then remembers she was still talking to Abe, and turns back around and is like, prepare your stuff. We'll do experiments. Sometime later. Bye.
This is honestly, I think a lot of this could be really useful. And as far as selling things, I mean, selling people on stuff they don't want to do is basically my day job, so don't even worry about it.
She's already gone. She's like ready. She's like scribbling in like furiously
gives
in
you
her
a
journal.
very
Val just
sympathetic.
kind of walks over to Abe and pats him on the back and says, "If we find your cart for a reasonable price, I suppose we can see what we can do about getting one for your plant."
Cool. Yeah. No, he's. It's. Space would be good. I think. I've never had a plant before.
I think plants need space. That's what I've heard. They have.
Do you
like,
see how fast it's been growing?
I don't think that's normal, honestly. I don't think.
Well, he's a very. I mean, it's a very good plant. It grows well.
Yeah, that's why we have it.
Yeah.
It's a quality piece of
Quality.
equipment thing to have.
Yeah, type of tree thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I've got science stuff to do. If you want to sort of take point on
You've
things
become
for a
very
bit,
interested in this science stuff. I will remind you that between here and Colkirk, there was a contact, I believe, we received.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, no, I hadn't looked him up.
We probably need to sort that out, like, today, like, during the travel. Like, figure out how to figure out where he is.
You're right. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Zeke. I'll make sure I don't lose track of that again. That's my bad.
I'm surprised I had to mention it at all, frankly, based on the
well,
usual.
It's just there was interest in things, and I don't really have a setup here to do the kind of testing that I wanted to do because it just seemed like it don't matter. You're right. Let me just I think it's Aaron. Aaron, who was the one on the way? Michael?
So we had, yeah.
So there was, so technically, it was on the way to Colkirk, but it is one of the farming locations right outside of Colkirk.
Cool.
Okay.
And that is, the one right outside of Colkirk is the two goblins.
So Egan and Zit, I think, is
Hey, Abe, you wanna not maybe be? Well, I guess these guys are cool. Yeah.
I assumed we were like basically whispering at this point.
No.
No, okay, yeah. So he's like Egan's, yeah. No, I mean, I was just gonna. We got told about some goblins in a spot of trouble. We're just gonna, maybe give them a quick. Anyways, we'll figure it out on.
We'll wait till we get kind of where we're going, so we don't slow down the.
Won't
pace.
Slow nothing down at all. We just, Val, it's not that like we value the situation you're in. We just, we got a situation that we got to deal with in terms of keeping up our employment and whatnot.
I understand. My only requirement is that you just keep me in mind. I understand that you have other things going on.
Ooh, yeah. Alright, well, good talk. I'm gonna take Zeke here and we're gonna go discuss our opening arguments, as it were.
Everyone shifts to their area of the wagon.
Yeah.
Alright.
I collect my tent back as I do now every morning, with a bit of a like, hi, how was the tent? Yes, good, great, yes, glad you enjoyed it.
This is another one of those awkward tent conversations. Can I make another insight check on Zeke just real quick? Because I feel like
it's going to be the same.
Damn it! That was a 4 plus 4, 8. Fuck. No, I have no idea what's going
Hard
on.
read sometimes. And 2
Then
times.
the whole walk today, I'm just gonna pull Zeke out front and make him walk with me outside the wagon so that we can talk legal demon shit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yeah.
As you all continue on, take your one break to be able to get there within the evening while it's still light out. You can see in the distance some taller walls that are building, and there's a road sign that you cross a way that is a divergence to cross the river, and then leads ahead to Colkirk and says 1 mile. And you can see it in the distance. It's a cleared highway leading up to like kind of this like hill area. It looks like it's all like one settlement that's kind of built on a leading cliff that leads almost at the junction of this river to this large lake. And it at this point is about dusk. You've all kind of worn yourself out from walking, talking, planning, researching, writing, crafting, and let me get this one on here. Nope, that's not what
I will admit that was a vibe though.
I was waiting for it. I was like, I don't know what bad shit's gonna come out of this, but I'm enjoying it.
The gates, unlike past couple cities that you've all been to, these gates are closed. There are a group of 4 individuals that are you're passing by lots of farming areas. All of them have called it for the day and are in their homes. And as night is like growing close again, you're kind of going into just like park everything. There are 4 armored individuals that are standing in front of the gate, and 2 armored individuals, one at each section of the upper gate. They walk collectively towards your wagon, and expecting for you to stop.
I'll kind of pull like my horse kind of near the front of the wagon so that I can converse with them.
Okay. As Val goes up to converse with them, normally I would like jump off and go for let me check this concentration. Hold on. It is. Shoot. Alright, so yeah, what I'm gonna do is as she goes up to talk to them, I'm gonna do hold on now there, try this. And I'm going to and I'm gonna like reach out a hand like I'm gonna touch her arm. And assuming lack of recoil, I'm gonna cast Fey Glamour. And so the horn shows up in like, but like the more like purplish sort of green and blue horn appears, and you see sort of this like sort of glitter like comes down, right? That's like licking with like flame, and basically covers Val, giving her sort of like a.
Are you trying to do this sneakily, or are you doing this in front of the guards?
I would be trying to do it sneakily. Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead and well, I'd say.
What are you
like,
doing?
Pull around. Make a sleight of hand check.
Cool. That's gonna be 15 plus 3 for Dex, and I don't. Okay, so 18.
What is he doing?
Okay. So what does that do for Val?
Advantage on all charisma checks.
Cool.
Wait, what are you doing?
I've given you for the next 10 minutes advantage on charisma checks.
Oh, thank you.
So, you know, when you go talk to the guards, things will just go more
Work.
smoothly.
Yeah.
Okay.
The guards come up. Apologies, but gates are closed. We're not taking any visitors or wayfarers, travelers, salespeople. Please continue on to Siltus, or
Is there a particular reason?
sorry, it is King's Matters. Unable to disclose.
King's Matters. Do I know which king he's referring to?
He taps at the insignia of Aldenair on his
Okay.
chest, and you can see that they are all kind of dressed in what appears to be the colors of and like armaments of Kingsguard.
Okay. Ooh, do I want to push
Unfortunately,
this?
we don't have any room or space or access inside. We would ask that you please either turn around or continue on.
Is anybody around? Like, how close is everybody to me right now?
How close did you want to be?
Deke's
from
standing
everybody?
like 2 feet behind.
Oh shit. Okay, everybody's close by. All right.
I don't know where everyone else is, but Zeke would have come along.
Nova's in the caravan, but she's like poking her head out, like, what's going on?
I'm just gonna say that I look at him and I say, I see, that is quite unfortunate. I am on official business from the Charmant family of Lucidios. There we go.
Aye. Again, we are not allowing anyone in at this time.
Can I like make a charisma check? I don't know. I'm bad at this.
Can I?
I mean, are you presenting anything? You're just saying I'm part of the Charmant family.
Can I
Are
walk
you-
up? Can I actually?
I'm trying to be
like.
I'm trying to be like discreet about this. I don't really want like, because I've only really talked to Nova about it, so I'm trying to be discreet about it. So, do I have anything on me that I could use?
Can I walk up behind her?
Yeah, you're up.
Something and hold out my hand. And say, hi. I
They don't
do
reach for your
believe-
hand.
Cool. Then I'll just flip it up, and I'll hold out my signet ring that I get for my background.
Yeah. They
And I'm gonna just say,
With your long ass name.
I'm like, I do believe my friend here has a point, and we have every right to enter the city under the name of my family.
I check to see what the signet ring is. Just
I am
discreetly.
purposefully trying to hide it from her.
I have a great perception.
one of the guards who was talking
Sorry, what?
looks. One of the guards that was talking looks left to right to the others and like gestures for them to see it.
I'll step forward, and I'll hold it closer.
I'm making a perception check to try to see that thing.
I will need to speak to a superior about this, but I will leave the rest of these here and be right back. A little
I'd like
shaken and like tries to like kind of hurry back.
I'm gonna lean over to Val and Marl and be like, I'm so glad that worked. My idea was fabulous.
Your idea.
Oh, I can be very charming a bit magically, but sometimes if people have like prepared for that, they don't like it too much, and which is understandable. Also, we just after a ferry, right? We don't have to stick around or actually like stay in the town Right,
I mean,
we
the
just need to
ferry
get on
is
that.
not running right now. I'm assuming we're going to have to wait until morning until there's a ferry actually leaving.
Right, but like if the ferry goes out of the town, like along the river, outside the gates, we wouldn't
We
have to
can't
strictly.
just jump on the ferry.
Well, we could ask first, but I'm just saying that if they don't want us inside the town too long, maybe there's a way we could be on the ferry but not inside the town. You know, send a message through or something.
Abe's gonna walk up and clap a hand on Zeke's shoulder and just be like, it is wild being with people who like, you know, you just like, I'm me, and people are like, oh, okay, I'm gonna help. That is absolutely
Is that what happened?
something else.
That is.
I
Yeah.
assumed.
10 minutes goes by. 10, 12 minutes goes by. Same guy comes back. Apologies. We, again, have to hold steadfast. We have given out letters to the families in Aldenair that our hold is for the next couple of weeks and are not able to break that for any salespeople or visitors, travelers of any kind.
Salespeople. Wait, are we salespeople? Did he just say we're salespeople?
It depends on how you look at it.
Go ahead.
We're here simply to use the ferry and travel back to Aldenair. I do believe if you've been in any contact with my family that you would understand that they would greatly appreciate me being back home. I don't
And
think
my
you would
brother
want
and
to
I
stop that
here,
travel.
we are lawyers actually, and we're just.
We're here
on our
with
way.
the miss to see her back where she's going. So we'll just hang with her.
Yeah, we've
Don't-
got
not to worry.
business in Aldenair as well, so that ferry is really all we're here for.
Nova's seen that like all of this chatter is going on in the crowd, and she just goes back into the caravan and starts scribbling away again. Like
Mhm.
this.
I don't have any papers or anything on me, do I? Nothing fancy.
You do.
I do.
Yeah. There's a long wait and like a think. And go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Okay. With advantage, because charisma.
I'd say I guess both of you can roll. Yeah, both of you can roll. Val does look like an imposing, important, golden-plated individual. Like so.
Val just has her orders under her pauldron, like 40
I just pull out. I'm like, I'm on official business, bitch.
Kind of looks like she's your bodyguard at this point.
That was the intention. I didn't do that before.
To be fair,
I
that's
got
a
an
pretty
18.
good sell. Like Noble with her
24.
bodyguard and a couple lawyers. That
And-
sounds about.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
Yeah.
Val, what you got?
Oh, 24.
24. Cool. There's like some tenseness and like we can put you directly onto a ferry leaving
Thank you.
in the morning, but we cannot let you into the city.
We can wait outside as long as we have access to the ferry.
Would that be fine, your ladyship?
Yes. Of course. Perfectly. All right, my dear guard knight.
Well, then I'm sure if we can't find the city's type of amenities and nice space to stay the night in for the lady here, you'll be able to direct us to somewhere where we can comfortably set up a camp for her, with access to wherever the ferry will be in the morning.
Perhaps some food as well. Just
We-
anything you think is appropriate.
I cannot.
Seeing as your
Promise.
hospitality must be lacking due to the order that has come
I
along
look
from
over at
above.
Abe and I just go,
We cannot promise any kind of amenities like this.
you've been already more than helpful, thank you.
Do you have a map to where the ferry would depart from?
We will take you there directly.
You just gonna come find us in the woods, or did you have a
We're
specific
staying
spot?
out here, and then they're going to come get us in the morning at Abraham.
We'll just
Like
pick a spot.
here by the road?
Yeah.
Do
I
you
Where people
believe
get
so.
mugged.
I'm sure it will be fine for the night.
just
We're
It
quite
is-
capable.
Plenty safe out here.
there are guards here.
Well, I do trust you and your fellows to keep us safe if we decide to camp out here because you will not let us in. Is that a fair deal?
Yes.
Then I'm
Thank
fine
you.
with that.
They kind of all like shuffle and gesture, and one of them does a bow, and another like goes to a salute and then looks away, and then
Amazing. Oh god, I just kind of look at Marlo and I'm like, what?
Do I have my ring back?
Yeah, you have your ring.
Cool. I'm gonna take Val aside, wrap my arm around her, drag her over, and I'm gonna say, just wait here a second, and I'm gonna go to my bag, pretend to rummage, and I'm gonna minor illusion the ring
Okay.
into just a dusty old like kind of ring and bring it back over, and I'm gonna lean in as if I'm being whispering conspiracies, and I'm gonna be like, my patron is a master of illusions, and so I just want to let you know I did not mean to be insolent or anything, as you seem to have a certain degree of power and sway in these situations, and I wanted to let you know that this is what happened. And I'm going to cast minor illusion again and create a different crest in the ring.
Can I
from
insight check Marlo?
that is an intelligence check.
Oh
Yeah.
no, I'm not trying to check the ring. I'm trying to check you.
You're like, I just accept the enchantments that are happening.
I'm going after you. Oh boy. I think you're safe for now. Yep. Okay. That's a 9. You're safe for now. I used my good rules already.
Insight checks are the bane of your existence. This mission.
Hey man, I got a good charisma check, so we're
Yeah.
good here.
That's what you need. That when it counted.
So I just go in and go, that's a very useful trick. You'll have to teach me it sometime.
Can you learn arcane magic?
I don't think so.
I'm sure we'll find a way. And then I'm gonna just wave the ring at the others, making it look old, and settle down. I'm gonna walk away. I don't want to talk to people.
Cool. Can I see through that illusion?
Intelligence check.
Yeah.
Not Abe, unaware until 2 days ago that there were different types of magic.
Even if you can't see through the illusion, you would just know that the
that it
intelligence
is
check
an
is
illusion.
knowing it is an illusion.
Got it.
You can't tell what's
Cool.
underneath it
Cool. That's
unless you have
fine.
true sight.
No. I wish. That's like on the
Vinny.
bucket list.
Can see it, but yeah.
Vinny, I don't know where Vinny.
No, Vinny doesn't have devil sight. Never mind.
No. No, and neither do I. It's not an invocation I used. Cool. So with my
Level 15.
fantastic intelligence score, that is a 10. Cool.
That's 10. Yeah, I mean, you cannot tell that it's an illusion with that.
That's fine.
Marlo, your passive investigation. As you showed the signet ring to these guards. Their armor, Kingsguard armor, is very, very, like, if they have the symbol of a Kingsguard, they're almost entirely made out of one piece. This looks like it's very piecemealed off of like something different. And your background in forging and stuff like that tells you that the armor is either an old issue that you've never seen before, or is not specifically Kingsguard. You're not confirmed of that until they kind of turn around and you can see the back of the coattails of the brandished skirt on the bottom is not chainmail but fabric.
Uh-oh.
Perfect. Awesome.
So, that is what you note. And we will leave with that until the next time.
Hey.
Are we going to lay siege to a city next episode?
I mean,
Nova's in the tent, like, oh fuck, we're going all
some
the
stuff's
everything.
gonna burn.
Nova's got like 6 pencils in her hair. Like, writing.
We're sieging a town? Are you serious? I'm trying to
that
write a
one
paper
scene-
here.
It's like that one scene from Inside where Bo Burnham's got like pencils on his ears and like in his mouth.
Hear me out. Nova and Abe can both cast Enlarge Reduce. Marlo and Val just are the siege towers.
Who needs a Trojan horse when you just got a Marlowe and a Val?
Exactly. They can just
Leg
set
waist.
us on the walls.
So, come in next time and see our motley crew of God blood, demon blood, and other blood jumping in.
Bad blood.
Sorry, the bad blood. Our white-haired anime brigade jump into
-1.
Minus
Thank
one.
you.
One day
plus
soon.
one.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
when
yeah.
we start our pirate crew and we have the skull and crossbones with the white hair, you're gonna have to dye it. That's the point where you're gonna have to conform.
No. No.
As they jump into the mini arc of the last bit of this arc before Aldenair.
Cool.
So,
Let's
catch
go.
you next time. If you're not back on Sunday, kneecaps broken. If you're not here Tuesday, kneecaps broken. Listen, there's
Yeah.
too many things that
You gotta.
could make your kneecap suffer for you not to just like have Twitch open constantly in a browser.
You gotta be ready.
Join the Discord. Keep your kneecaps. That's all.
Yeah.
That's really simple, actually.
Yeah.
And jump in with us, with a few of us, while the rest of those who need to go to sleep go to sleep. As we jump into plausible deniability.
Alright. I'm
Hey.
peacing out. I gotta go to work in the morning, y'all. Thanks for the
Go
good
get
vibes
that.
and all
Bye.
the good
Thanks for sticking in.
Night.
Bye.
Bye.